Can you test your camera?
Yeah.
Cheers.
I'm about to be on, sweetie, just so you know.
Oh, there we go. And now we're off mute. Awesome. Howdy, folks. I'm Reverend Bob Paxton.
And I'm Reverend Georgette Paxton.
And welcome you to Green Spirit 2020. This is our first time out trying a Teams live event as our broadcasting platform, and this is a new experience for all of us.
So bear with us, and we'll be a little bit patient as we just learn the ropes with our brand new system here using Microsoft Teams. So we're really glad that you could join us today. This is one of our favorite festivals every year at Circle Sanctuary, and most years at this point we would be on the land and experiencing the real richness and vibrant green energy of the living land beneath our feet. And with this year's weirdness with the COVID situation and things going on in the world, this is the option that we had to present to you this year. We still wanted to provide a Green Spirit Festival because so many people in the community find a lot of value from this. This is the first Harvest Festival of the year, and it's a really important spiritual component to the wheel of our annual cycle as pagan people.
And we thank you for giving us the gift of your attendance and your attention on this Saturday. We realize you could be doing any number of other things out on the internet, and we appreciate that you're spending the day with us. We do have a lot to offer, and really we find it deeply meaningful to be able to provide stuff like this for all of you. As ministers in the church, we really believe in this mission of education and community, and helping to bring a little bit of peace and solace and comfort in times like this.
I know we all need a little bit of something to hold on to in the real world right now, and a little bit of connection with people. So we really hope that you're able to find some small bit of connection today as we have our programming show up on your screen for you. We have a lot in store today, and I first of all want to thank our friends Florence and Grace and Selena, our mentor and friend, and Emily in the office for helping us put together this festival today. We couldn't have done it without all of their time and hard work and significant effort. So we're so grateful to all of you. Thank you. So the first thing that we'll be having come up shortly is at 10:15, Florence will be presenting a youth program with some really cool projects that she's got for kids and family. And then following that is Grace, who will be doing a movement session that really touches on some energetic bits of Green Spirit. And normally in an in-person festival for Green Spirit, we would have something that we call the Talchian Games, which are sort of like a competitive physical games that we have out on the green on Circle Land. And since we're not able to do that this year, Grace has kindly provided a session of physical movement to get your blood pumping and the heat and the energy in your body moving. So that will be at 11, I believe. 11. Yep. And then at noon, I'll be providing a cooking workshop, so to speak, of seasonal dishes for the Lammas season and the Lughnasadh season, followed by Selena at 1, who will be talking about the seasonal lore of this time of year. And then Bob will walk you through a Circle Sanctuary walking tour of all of the natural features of the land and things that you would be able to see when you visit next time we're able to gather in person, followed by our ritual to close out the day at the end. So hang on and stay tuned as we have this all lined up for you. Bob will be the person doing the background coordinating, the little techie witchery in the back. So, and if you have questions or issues or emails, he's also checking emails and registrations throughout the day too. So if you know of anybody else who's still interested in showing up and registering for our event, be sure to do that at circlesanctuary.org if you have questions or want to sign up. And he'll get you taken care of. We'll be doing that through the whole day until we close down at the end of ritual.
And if we could, to get the day started, let's take just a moment and ground ourselves and center ourselves. Let's breathe in and out. In and out. And once more, in and out. Let's try to focus through the day on the reality that there are all these people that we know and love, and folks that we've never met before, um, who are also, soon to become our friends, all together in this one digital space. Let our hearts beat together. Let our lights burn brightly as one. And now, to tide us over between this point and Florence's workshop, here are a few moments of Circle Sanctuary land, the ritual mound space at Circle with some music behind it. So thank you so much for joining, and we'll be right back. have coming up next one of Circle Sanctuary's ministers, Florence Edwards Miller, who will be on with a presentation for our family programming. Florence, we thank you so much for your work here, and you're going live now.
Thank you so much, Bob. It's a real pleasure to be here. Happy Lovelace, happy Lunasa, and happy Green Spirit. Thank you for being here today. So, as Bob said, I'm a minister with Circle Sanctuary, and I have specialized in children and family ministry. But today I'm going to do a presentation. Adults, you know, feel free to go get a copy, but don't go too far, because we're going to be doing a craft project that everyone can do. It's for all ages, and it's actually a magical technique. So this time of year, there's so many things that are associated with Lunasa. There is the grain and the harvest and the greening of the land. But one of the things that I associate it with is color. The colors are so rich this time of year. If you haven't gone to a prairie or taken a walk and seen the wildflowers, whenever you can, however you can, get out of your house and do it, because this is a time of color. This is when the butterflies are all over the place. And so I wanted to bring you a really colorful activity today that would be fun, but also actually teach some really important magical techniques. Magic is something that anybody can do. You don't have to believe anything specific. You don't have to be a grown-up. You don't have to have studied for years and years and years. It's a gift given to us by the gods for everyone. And there's lots of different types of magic, but the magic of symbols or sigils is something that is incredibly ancient. So what is a sigil? Well, a sigil is sort of a fancy word for a seal or a symbol. And a symbol is simply a picture that means more than the picture itself. So let's say I were to show you, oh, here's a book we're going to look at later, but there's a woman with a little kid. That's wonderful. It's a beautiful picture. It tells a story, but it's pretty complicated. What if I wanted to communicate something to you really fast? And there's lots of symbols that we already know. So symbols are pictures that are simple but contain more meaning. So here I've got my little dry erase board. Let's take a look at some symbols that most of us are probably pretty familiar with. In at least this part of the world, if you see a red octagon, you don't even need to have a word in there to know what does that mean. That means stop, the stop sign. But there's nothing about being a red or having this many shapes or sizes that means stop. Well, we've all just agreed that this means stop. Or what about this symbol down here? Can you see? This green one that looks like an S with some lines through it. In this country, that means money or dollars. There's nothing, this doesn't look like a picture of money. It doesn't look like a dollar bill. It doesn't look like a coin, but we all know that it means money. Or what if, this is my really art here, but what if I saw this on a flashing light with this sort of orange thing that's supposed to look like a hand? If I'm at a crosswalk, that's going to mean something really specific. I don't need anybody to write it down or tell me. I need to know that that means don't walk. And then there's some symbols that have sort of bigger, more abstract meanings, such as this one. What symbol is that? Yeah, that's a star right there. Now, talking about stars, does this really look at the star? Like the last time you went out in the night sky and you looked up, did you see something like this that had like 5 points all around like that? Does that really what a star looks like? Not really. I mean, sometimes if you squint, you can kind of see little lines coming off, but I didn't see 5 last time I looked up. But we've all kind of agreed that this shape is a star shape. And we use it for a lot of things. Like, for example, when I was in school, if I did a really good job on a test or a paper that I was working on, my teacher would sometimes put a sticker with a star on it. And she didn't have to tell me. I knew that that meant I'd done really well. And ever since then, if I see a star on something, I know that that means it's special or really good. And so that's the meaning that it has for me. There's some other shapes. We've got over here, this one here, the red one, if you can see that. What's that? I think everybody in our culture could tell you that that's a heart. Does it look like an actual heart if you see a picture of one in a book? Not really, but we've all agreed that that's a heart. But it means more than this organ that's in our chest that goes ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. It also means, we've decided that that means love. Our hearts actually don't have that much, our physical hearts don't have that much to do with love. That's in our brains. But we've decided as a society that the feeling of love for each other and love for something is going to be symbolized by the heart in our bodies and this picture of a heart. And then there's some more modern symbols. If I drew that about, 15 years ago, nobody probably would have known what it means. But everybody these days probably knows that something like that, this little smiley face on a little pile, means poop. So there's old symbols, there's new symbols, and all symbols have power, and they can mean something, and we can use that. In magic, what we can do is we can take symbols, and by using them in our magic, we can use them to help focus our mind. So, it might, for example, if I'm doing magic and I want it to be about love, I could write out the word love, but it might mean a lot more to me if I just drew that heart shape. And there's lots of symbols. There's ancient symbols. There's symbols that are very powerful in magic. You can learn a lot about there's ancient symbols. There's runes, which are symbols that have particular power and particular meaning. But particularly when you're starting out, and maybe when you're a kid, you don't need to know any of that to get started with symbols. And so that's what we're going to be trying to do today. We're going to be using symbols to create magic, and we're going to be using a special technique. So starting out, let's talk about how we might use a symbol with magic. So remember that stop sign? What if I was wanting to do magic to get, so say my neighbor's cat likes to hang out by my bird feeders and chase the birds. What if I didn't want the cat to do that? Maybe I use magic and I make a stop sign symbol because I want the cat to stop. Or maybe something's really maybe I want something to be special. Maybe I'm putting together a birthday party for my mom pretty soon, and I want it to be really special. Well, for me, remember how I told you that that star shape is really special, means that something's special? Maybe I might draw a star as part of my magic, because that means special to me. For you, it might be something different. Maybe you draw a cupcake instead. Whatever it is, the important part about symbols is that it means something special to you. So let's talk about what the technique that we're going to be doing today. What we're going to be doing is something called salt painting, and it's really fun. It's really awesome. You can do it with materials that you probably already have, or if you don't have to worry about it, because those materials are probably things that you can pick up in the back-to-school supplies at your local grocery store. What we're going to need today is, starting off, you're going to need some stiff paper or cardboard. We want it to be stiff because we're going to be getting it pretty wet, and if it's normal paper, it might rip or break. To do that, I actually, because I didn't want to spend any money, I cut up some old file folders that I had in my home office. So talk to your parents before you start cutting up their file folders, or just next time a box comes from Amazon or something like that, cut it up and use the cardboard for that. The next thing that you're going to need, and this is a very important ingredient here, glue. Totally normal school glue, white glue that you can get anywhere. You're going to need that. You're going to need plenty of it. Make sure it's not totally dried up. And then you will need some paint. Easiest one to do, watercolors. This is a watercolor set my daughter has, costs about $2. Doesn't have to be fancy, and you don't need much of it. So if you've got an old watercolor set that's totally dried up, then that's fine because you can use that. And finally, the last thing we're going to need is salt. So just totally normal table salt. You'll need a fair amount of it, so just don't use up your salt shaker. Get a thing of salt, or I've got my little salt cellar here that's got salt, and a spoon. I also I've got 2 cups for my water. You don't have to do this. I'm just a little bit persnickety. One I'm going to use for clean water, and one I'm going to use to wash my brush with, and my brush. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pick my symbol. And I'm going to pick my magical intention. Now, I'm not sure about you, but every now and then I've had nightmares. And recently my daughter has been having a lot of nightmares and a lot of being afraid at night of monsters in her bedroom. Don't know if that ever happened to you. It definitely happened to me. But what if you wanted the nightmares or the monsters to go away? Well, one symbol that pretty much all of us know here is, have you ever seen a sign that's no smoking, or no dogs allowed, or no this or no that? A lot of times what we do when we do a symbol for that is a circle with a line through it. See right there? So if you're going to do magic for no this, one of the things that you could do, if it means, if that makes sense for you, is a circle with a line through it. On this paper, I have drawn a really, really bad picture of a monster. I just used my crayons. It doesn't have to be great art. So to do my magic symbol, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my school glue, and I'm going to take the monster, and I'm going to draw a big circle of glue around that monster. There you go. And then I'm going to draw a big line through it. You can be really thick with the glue. It doesn't matter. Just draw it all the way through until you've got a big, not sure if you can see that there. It's all white, so it's kind of hard to see, but monster with a circle with a line through it. Then the next step you're going to do, take your salt, and you're going to need a lot of it. That's why I'm using a spoon here, and sprinkle the salt all over your glue. Now, you'll use a lot, and it's a little bit messy, which is why I'm using a cookie tray here so that my table doesn't get all salty. Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle all around, get it nice and covered. And not sure if you've done this when you're making cookies, but then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the paper, and I am going to shake it a little bit, and I'm going to shake off all of that salt because I don't want it on there. And so now it's hard to see, but what I have is this super grainy, salty glue right there. And I did that with a picture that I'd already drawn, but you can do it with all kinds of other symbols as well. One I did yesterday was one very powerful symbol is that we use a lot in our religious tradition is a pentacle, which is a 5-pointed star surrounded by a circle. And so if I wanted maybe to use in my magic, maybe I just want to make something to show that it's sacred, or a pentacle can be used for protection, then I can just use my glue to draw a pentacle, just like this. Drawing pentacles is difficult, but you get better with practice. It's particularly difficult with glue. And then, once again, I take my salt and I sprinkle, 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 and make sure that the whole thing gets really salty. And then this is a really important part. Don't forget to shake this off, because otherwise the glue is a little bit wet, so the paper is going to get a little bit soggy. And if you've still got salt on it, then the salt will stick. So I've got my super salty pentagram there. Then what I have to do is I've got to let these dry. So this is not an instant craft. It's best to leave them overnight, but you can also put on a sunny day, you can put them outside. Or I actually found it worked really well to put a baking sheet on them that I used to rest cookies so that the air could circulate under it, and I just put it near a air vent and it dried out pretty quick. So the next day, what you're going to get is this dried off salt. You want to shake off the excess, and what you'll end up with is something that kind of looks like this. This is for some magic, I want harmony and good things to come into my family. So I drew a little picture of my family, just stick figures, and then I drew a spiral around it. And a spiral is a powerful symbol for bringing things in. And this is where the magic happens, because this is where I get to add the color. Now, symbols can have meaning, but colors can have meaning too. And you can decide what the meaning is. I'm going to start out with red for this, for my symbol, because I think about red and I think about love, and I want love to be in my family. So I'm going to get a lot of paint and I'm just going to touch it, just a drop, to my salt. I don't have to do much because, let me see if I can show you here. What happens is that when you add water or paint, the salt crystals soak up the paint and it starts moving on its own. And that's really cool. So I've got so I added red, and then let's do a bit of orange. And I want orange because orange makes me think about activity and getting out and being energetic and happy. And so I'm going to add some orange into it. So I add the paint, and I'm not painting it, I'm just sort of dabbing it on. And then I'm going to take some clear water and I add the clear water next to the orange, and it just keeps moving by itself. So as I go on and on, I can add yellow because I think that yellow means healthy, and I want my family to be healthy, particularly in these times. And again, I'm just going to keep adding paint and keep adding water. And my symbol and the salt soaks up the paint and soaks up the water. Now, this is just a fun art project that you can do, but to make it magic, as I'm doing this, I'm thinking about what I want to add. So I want green for growth and prosperity, so that we always have money, we always have good things to eat. So I'm adding green for that, and I'm thinking about it, and I'm putting all of that into the painting. And blue, for me, blue means good emotions, so I just a drop, and it starts spreading out. See if I can show this to you right here. Show how it does. So you can see I'm adding the blue there. Watch what happens when I just add clear water. It keeps on going, and it grows. And so it's going to spread all the way around. And as I work, as I add my paint, I'm going to think about the magic that I'm putting into this. And when I'm done, all of the colors start blending together and show, and turn into this really interesting sort of organic artwork. So this is actually a pentagram picture that I did this morning. And again, I just used 3 different colors and some water, and I added that all together. This is another one that I did when I was thinking about seasons coming together. You see, it's, you're not going for neat, you're not going for putty. Oh, this is another one I did this morning really fast. And this was to help my garden grow. What I did was I had a symbol. I made a symbol of my garden growing. And then I thought about all the colors and all the things I wanted. And I just sort of drew a flower shape around it. It was just a little swirly. It's pretty wet right now, you can see, but as it dries, it'll sort of get a little bit cleaner and drier. And then what can I do with these? Well, if we've got a family altar, you can put it at your family altar. You can put it up on your wall. You can even burn these if your family is going to have a sacred fire, or you can just fold them up really tight or put them in an envelope and let the magic work. And all of that is magic that you can work to make things go. So really, the possibilities are endless. Salt is a crystal. Crystals are wonderful. Crystals are magic things. Salt is also used a lot in magic for purifying. So the way I think about this when I'm doing this art project as magical working, I think about it like that first I'm sort of putting down the salt, those clear white lines. It's about sort of the purity of my intent. It's like, okay, here's the blank slate. I've got nothing. And then I'm going to put this, sort of clear the decks, make a sacred space for my art with the white glue and the salt, and then I add the color, and the color is really where the magic comes from. If I just leave it white, there wouldn't be anything, but I have to add all of those things in, and I have to think about what the colors mean, and I have to think about the symbols. So you can do this on your own. Again, it's a 2-day project. Make your art, let it dry, come back, add the color, and then you've got something absolutely gorgeous that's both art and can be magically extremely powerful. I want to conclude, and I think we've got enough time here with, I always love a story. Well, you know me, I really, really love storybooks. And there is one that I got recently that I just think is awesome for Lunasa. And that's a book called Fry Bread, a Native American family story, which is written by Kevin Noble Mallard and illustrated by Juana Martinez Neal. And it's a wonderful book because this is the one thing that's really appropriate for this festival is bread and the things that we harvest and work together as a family to make. But we don't have to be stuck with just like normal old loaf bread. Loaf bread is sacred, and particularly for those of us whose ancestors came from Europe, then, you know, people make loaf bread, but people have been making different types of bread all over the world. In Mexico, people made tortillas. In Japan, people made mochi out of rice. There's naan, there's all kinds of bread. And for people, for the past couple hundred years who are from North America, Native people have been making fry bread, and it's a really important part of their culture. And so we can celebrate all of that bread and coming together, no matter what kind it is. So this is Fry Bread, a Native American family story. So you can see Grandma here bringing the fry bread out. Fry bread is food. Flour, salt, water, cornmeal, baking powder, perhaps milk, maybe sugar, all mixed up together in a big bowl. See all those kids? Wow, they are excited. Oh, they're with Grandma, and the little baby's got one. Baby's really enthusiastic too. Fry bread is shape. Hands mold the dough, flat like a pancake, round like a ball, or puffy like Nana's softest pillow. Oh, making a mess. That's fine. Never make bread without making a mess. Fry bread is sound. Skillet clangs on the stove. Fire blazes from below. Drop the dough into the skillet. The bubbles sizzle and pop. This is a good one. If you're making fry bread, let the grown-ups put it in. Fry bread is color. Golden, brown, tan or yellow, deep like coffee, sienna or earth, light like snow and cream, warm like rays of sun. Fry bread is flavor. See beans or soup, smell tacos, cheese and vegetables, delight in honey and jam, rise to discover what brings us together. There's the dad seems carrying that big thing of fry bread over there while the kids are getting their favorite things. There's a lot of different people around the country who do fry bread in different ways, so there's tons of ways to eat it. Fry bread is time. On weekdays and holidays, supper or dinner, powwows and festivals, moments together with family and friends. There's your mom and a dad, all those kids all coming together around the table. It's one of the fun parts about festivals is getting to come together and eat. Fry bread is art, sculpture, landscape, portrait, our daily craft, shared from teacher to student, a cycle of heritage and fortune. Look at all the different crafts they're making. They're doing looks like they're making some baskets, and mom's showing some traditional dolls. Looks like the baby's getting tired and going to sleep. Fry bread is history, the long walk, the stolen land, strangers in our own world, with unknown food. We make new recipes from what we have. There's the elders talking to the kids. A lot of bad things happen to Native people, both in past centuries and recently. And fry bread is part of that history. So the kids are listening to their elders and learning about what happened. Fry bread is place, Alaska, Kansas, all the way to Maine, down to Delaware, on to Georgia, over to Oklahoma, Colorado, and California, cities and lands that we call home. This is where my pronunciation gets challenged. Fry bread is nation, Abenaki, Apache, Arapaho, Ojibwe, Oneida, Oglala Sioux, Nagasate, Navajo, Nipmuc, Seminole, Shoshone, Sac and Fox, hundreds and hundreds of tribes. It's hard to see, but you can see all of the names of the tribes behind there. They're talking to the kids about it. It's a great book. Fry bread is everything. Round, flat, large and small, north, south, east and west, brown, yellow, black and white, familiar and foreign, old and new. We come together. Fry bread is us. We are still here, elder and young, friend and neighbor. And you can see all those people are from our family, and they're all native peoples here, but they look so different. Different ages, different looks, all here, and they're all together. We strengthen each other to learn, change, and survive. That baby is really excited about the fry bread. Fry bread is you. The end. And the book ends with a recipe for Kevin's fry bread, passed down, and some actual really excellent information for grown-ups and teens and older kids about fry bread and the history and all of those things that the book was alluding to. So I hope you really enjoyed it. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great audience.
Thank you so much, Florence. Greatly appreciated. Coming up next at 11 will be Grace with her workshop on keeping the body moving. Greatly appreciated. I'll be taking a few moments here just as soon as I find the thing that I meant to put on, and we will we'll go from there. So let me go share this. It is a learning process, I tell you what. All right, thanks much.
Hello, welcome. Welcome to Harvesting Seasonal Vitality in Our Physical Selves. My name is Grace. I am a minister in training at Circle Sanctuary. And I have no special qualifications to teach fitness, so I want to start with a disclaimer. If you aren't used to doing physical exercise or have some injuries, please take care of yourself first. Definitely don't do anything that you haven't discussed with a certified personal trainer and a doctor. But today should be very well self-paced, so just honor your body for that. So, welcome. Today I really want to focus on vitality. So, as a noun, it's the state of being strong and active, right? It's energy. But it's also the power that gives continuance of life. It's present in all living things. You know, when we think of continuance of Hello, welcome. Welcome to Harvesting Seasonal Vitality in Our Physical Selves. My name is Grace. I am a minister in training in Circle Sanctuary. And I have no special qualifications to teach fitness, so I want to start with a disclaimer. If you aren't used to doing physical exercise or have some injuries, please take care of yourself first. Definitely don't do anything that you haven't discussed with a certified personal trainer and a doctor. But today should be very well self-paced, so just honor your body for that. So, welcome. Today I really want to focus on vitality. So, as a noun, it's the state of being strong and active, right? It's energy. But it's also the power that gives continuance of life. It's present in all living things. You know, when we think of continuance of life, we think of seeds, young things. And when we think of, or at least for me, when I think of vitality, I think of, like a virile, young adult type of feeling. But, it's not limited to, one phase of life or the other. It's the vitality of energy even. Age has nothing to do with it. In this season especially, we can really take the vitality of the season. So the heat, humidity, the abundant overgrowth of greenery everywhere. It's lush, it's full of life. Even the storms when they come through. If you're in the Midwest like I am, it storms at least once a week. And the thunderstorms are an amazing, powerful reminder of nature's vitality, absolutely. And it's the heat of summer too, that seems to slow everything down while making it more vibrant, right? So when we talk today about stoking our inner fires and kind of gathering that vitality of the season and like bringing it into our physical bodies, it's going to feel different for everyone. So that's mental and physical. It's not just, physical ability, oh, I don't exercise, or oh, I have an injury. It's mental fortitude as well, and it's been a hard year. So if you feel like you barely crawled into this workshop today, you're still amazing for showing up. If you're watching it on the recording, hey, you made it. And if you just ran a marathon this morning and you're using this as a cool down, you are also amazing and killing it for all the rest of us. For those of us that perhaps just haven't been feeling very vital this year, the state of the world being what it is, maybe it's time to just try and wake that inner fire up. I know that I have definitely not been feeling very vital, and I think it's important to maybe jumpstart that if we can. Use this time of year to really dig in and light that fire, if you will, if it was doused or banked. But the point is that each of us is bringing something different today. So I want you to check in with yourself in this next 10 minutes as we do some breath and some mindfulness. Perhaps the heat you're looking for is a low heat. Maybe it browns butter. Maybe you're looking for a 10-foot bonfire or an in-ground pig roast. Whatever it is you're looking for, let's take this next few minutes to check in on that. Where are you at today? How are you arriving? So we'll start with some breath, just to get present, to come together. Close your eyes or lower your gaze softly if that feels better. Just take a few breaths, pulling your attention into the space and into this moment. If you have a breath practice that works best for you to get grounded and centered, to check in with your body, please feel free to do that. When I check in with my body, I start by slowing my breathing, deepening it consciously. As So I feel my chest and back body expand. I follow the breath in and out. And I become aware of the different systems in my body moving, working. So I check in with my face as my nose draws in the air. My tense between my eyes as my jaw clenched, over my tongue to the bottom of my mouth. And moving attention down to my neck and throat as the air passes through. Perhaps I need to stretch it. Look down and around. Do I feel clogged? Perhaps I haven't been honoring my own voice lately. Just noticing. And as you follow the breath down into your chest, your shoulders are expanding, your chest is expanding. How do your arms feel, your fingers? Notice, are they clenched? Are they dangling? Not trying to change, just seeing how you've arrived today. Following your breath continually down as your belly expands. Checking in with your hips, your thighs, knees, all the way down. Your attention draws to your feet, curly toes. Now in that scan, did anything seem painful or tight? Bring some attention there and honor it. Now mentally, bring your attention into the space. Draw it away from everything that distracts you. Draw it away from work and kids and frustrations and joys even. You've given yourself this time. Letting go of anxieties or fears. It will be there at the door if you want to pick it back up when we're done. Honor yourself for however you showed up today. If you are flat on your back, if you are sitting comfortably, if whatever your if is. Be proud of yourself for showing up. Sometimes that's the hardest part. And think about your inner fire. What makes you feel the most alive and full of energy? It isn't always physical activity. It isn't always exercise. For some people, it's the joy you find in creating art. It's your connection with other people. Whatever it may be for you, feel into that. Because that's the energy we want to take today. We're going to set an intention for the next 50 minutes or so. Thinking about what makes us feel the most vital, the most full of energy. And thinking about what this season has meant to you, does mean to you. Calling all that in together. Perhaps your intention is just to rekindle a little spark that you feel has been lost over the last few months. Or perhaps you have something in mind to dedicate this vitality to raising this energy and putting it towards a purpose. If you've opened your eyes, softly close them and say your intention to yourself out loud or quietly. An extra intention if you so choose, but I invite you So have an intention of self-honoring and self-love. Accept how you've arrived. Love what you can do. It's more than enough. So for our next section, we'll be working on waking the body up. So gentle stretches and movements. You can do this entire next part sitting, or even part of it you can be laying prone on the ground if you prefer. I'm going to go ahead and stand, so I'm going to back up so you can see me. But again, just a reminder, don't do anything that hurts. This is meant for everyone, so I will be giving as many modifications as I can along the way. So let's go ahead and start waking our bodies up. Perfect. So first we're going to start with a full body stretch. To the full length of your fingertips, maybe raising on your toes if you're standing. Feel into your body with this. Maybe you want to stretch your side body. Taking care not to crunch your bent side if you do. Loosen it up and then lean. Is there anything in your body that needs to be stretched? Perhaps a good lower back stretch. Maybe you hinge all the way over, get some hamstring stretches. Gently wake your body up. If you're like me, you sit most of the day. You sit for work, you sit for pleasure. I can't be the only one who has watched a lot of media on the TV over quarantine. When you feel like your body is just starting to wake up, little tingles everywhere, we'll move into something a little more active. So we'll do just some arm raises. You can raise them to the sides, or you can raise them to the front. You can raise them to shoulder height, or all the way up. One of these is going to feel a little bit better if you're having some shoulder tightness, but just a smooth motion up and down with the full range of motion your body enjoys. See if you can keep a steady pace, a little faster than you were stretching, and bring some energy into your arms. So we're not waving them, we're not being trees right now. Strong with energy coming out your fingertips, reaching and down, and then reaching towards the ground. Feeling like you're trying to reach out of your shoulder sockets even with your arms. Depending on your fitness level, you might already be feeling this in your shoulders. I know I am. If you're not, feel free to keep going, but as you start to feel this warmth, it's not a pain, and if it is, do something different, but it is warming your body up. So before our shoulders get too tired, we're going to turn it into arm circles. This can also be done sitting or standing. Start with little circles, do big circles if that feels good. Other direction. Now at any point, if you're just not feeling it, if your body is done, shake it out, rest. Nobody's judging. And then come back into it. Let the fire have a minute and then feed it some more. Alternating if that's better. We want to make sure we're having fun while we wake our bodies up. And this is really good if you want to do arm circles in front of you with one arm, behind you with another. Really play with what this feels like. You want to make sure that you feel fully awake. Oh, a little A little bit of crack in the spine there for me. So when you feel like your upper body is starting to wake up, maybe give some twists in there, just some trunk twists. So a key to this, to avoid hurting your lower back, tighten your belly. Don't suck it in, just tighten it, like as if you were going to sit up in a sit-up, right? Just make sure that everything is tight, that your pelvis is pulled in, but strengthening the core muscles will protect your joints and protect your bones. So twisting, waking up your center, waking up your core. These are some of the strongest muscles in our bodies. We just don't really think about it. And then let's try waking up our hips. So try to stand for this if you can. If you can't, you can go to the edge of your chair and then do hip circles off of your seat, or in whatever way feels good to you. But I want to make sure we're waking up the hips as well. So maybe some side-to-side motions, maybe some rolls. And this can look different depending on your preference. You can roll a lot through the knees. You can more like roll your body with your legs straight as if it's more of a pivot. What feels good? Left to right, right to left. You can also do one hip at a time. So you're sort of like rolling your hip joint. If you've done dance classes, you can do any sort of hip motion that feels good. Just waking up the body, a gentle good morning, good afternoon. I hope you had a good nap. But what feels good? And then moving down, we're going to wake up our knees and our ankles. These are probably two joints that are prone to injury for a lot of people. Put a lot of strain on our knees. We're not very kind to them. So you can do what I'm doing, just twist a little bit. A key about knees, when you squat, when you bend, when they're bent at all, they should never extend past your toes, unless you have incredibly strong legs. That will ensure that you aren't overextended at all. You can even roll your foot. That'll wake up your ankle. Just give your knee a little bit of movement. Always make sure you do both sides. I always feel so unfinished if I do left but not right. So big toe to little toe to big toe. On the other side as well. By now you should feel a little heat. Maybe a little tiny drop of glistening sweat. Maybe not yet. You definitely will in the next section. But we're just trying to make sure that our bodies are awake and ready. And that it's ready to participate. If your body has already tapped out, you should honor that. All right, everybody feeling pretty good? So in the next section, we're going to spend about 10 minutes standing, 10 minutes balancing, which you can do in a stand or a sit, and then 10 minutes on the floor. So we'll talk about that when we get there, but you don't need a whole lot of room. We're not going to be doing any kind of cardio or anything like that. So for standing, I want to start with squats because we just kind of woke up our lower body. So you can hold a chair or a wall to help your balance, and you can go as deep or as high as you want. But the point is not to get a ton of repetitions in. Nobody's counting you. Nobody cares if you do 5 or 10 or 100. But we want to try to engage all of our muscles. So I'm going to turn to the side. Just making sure that your pelvis is tucked, your core is engaged. It's very important to protect your back. And when you squat, like I said, your knees should never go over your toes. This is my knees over my toes. This is my knees not over my toes. So when you squat, you want to squat like you're sitting in a chair. Chest up, looking up as high as you can. So you can be like this, but it is going to be a little harder if you're as upright as you possibly can be. And when you squat down, as low as is comfortable for you, and I can't maintain this for very long, but you're going to feel the heat build. You'll feel it build kind of in your upper thigh. When you push up, push through your heel. Really feel kind of your back hamstring and your glute engage. It's that allows you to work the front body and the back body. And I'm just doing a normal chair squat with my feet shoulder width apart, or hip width apart. And when you squat, you should be able to lift your toes, just slightly. Hold it for however long feels good, till you feel that heat really growing. You're competing against nobody but yourself. And that friends, that's almost harder, right? So you can do squats in other ways too. You can spread your legs wide, take your feet at like 45s, and you can be up on your toes, or you can be flat-footed, but a plie squat. So your knees will go out following your toes, but they never go over the toes. And if you're really feeling it, you want a good workout, go grab something heavy. If you don't have weights at home, grab a small child, a small dog, a struggling cat, but give yourself some weight right here at the center of your body. And then just do weighted goblet. We call them goblet squats. So hopefully you're starting to feel this heat in the front, heat in the back. Stop to rest at any point. We're going for heat, but not necessarily a brush fire over here. Oh, well that friends, that was plenty, don't you think? So we've really got like a lot of heat going on down here. So let's get some heat back up in here. We're gonna do some arm holds. So if you're here for like bonfire heat, continue to do your squats while you're doing it. Make it a lot challenging. However, for those of us who aren't here for a bonfire, you can hold your arms out straight to the sides, out front, or straight up. This seems very simple, doesn't it? Who can't hold their arms up? But as we stand here together, you're gonna start to feel it. Now, if your arms are up, try to remember to relax your shoulders. Don't have them up here. Relax them down on your back, and then hold your arms out straight at shoulder height. Or if they're going straight up, still feeling like your scapula is sitting back on your back, back and down on your back rather. Maybe you have little hand weights. Maybe you have a bottle of meat in each hand. Really just starting to feel a little bit of fire, just a tiny bit. Are we doing the YMCA? Because if you do that enough, that also is going to be very heat intensive. You can even hold them like this if this is a little bit, if that was too much, the weight of your whole arm on your shoulder. You can hold them elbows bent so that it's slightly less pressure. Oh, I'm starting to feel it. Are you guys starting to feel it? Okay. So we're going to move into balancing. Now, if you do any sort of yoga, some of this is going to be very familiar to you. So things like trees, hamstrings, stretches, dancer pose. We're going to kind of just run the gamut. We're going to do kind of a little bit of everything. So first, go ahead and ground into your feet really well. So your feet should be stacked. Hips above ankles, shoulders above hips. Tuck your tailbone, make sure that your core is very well engaged. And lean into your left foot, or your right, whatever you prefer, but lean into one side. Feel all four corners of your foot. Both sides of the ball of your foot, both sides of the heel of your foot. And then just slowly lift your other leg. You can keep a toe on the ground. You can kickstand your foot against your leg. This may be where you stop. This is your tree today. Want to make it more challenging? Close your eyes. Which is very challenging. If you want a little bit more, you can raise your foot to your calf. If you want more than that, you can gently push it into your inner thigh. Notice my knees down here. I'm still protecting my knees by not putting my foot pressure on it. This is going to be a little bit of a hip opener as well. So if your flexibility here is just feeling really tight today, skip it. Go down to your calf. And then we have, so you're really grounding in, feeling it come up through that foot. If you're feeling wobbly in whichever tree you've decided to take, remember, tighten your core. Don't lock your knee. Have a slight micro bend. Feeling the burn yet? Feeling a little bit of fire? We're going to make it a little more challenging. You can have your arms at your hips, down in front of you, or they can be in any other position. Those who like to do yoga may have their arms up and wide. Your arms are your choice. How are you growing your branches today? You're fully grounded in the earth right now. This is a very earthy season. But we're starting to move into the time of the year that's very much about introspection in our heads. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. How do you reach up to the sky? How do you reach into that conscious area? Whatever works for you. If you wobble, if you come out of it, this is the time to practice for self-forgiveness, that self-care and self-honoring that we talked about. Just let it go. Come back in. It's called a practice for a reason, right? And if you want a little bit more, this isn't about fire now. This is more just about self-trust. You can look up, which is harder than looking down, or you can close your eyes, which is harder than all of it. We're not going anywhere. Nothing changed. As soon as I close my eyes, I start to wobble. So, self-trust. Feel free to come out of it at any point, shake it out. Oh, definitely shake out your standing leg. Feeling the fire on that one. Now, take a minute. How do we feel side to side? Right? The standing leg versus the leg that you were bouncing off of. It feels different to me. I don't know what it feels like in your body, but it's worth noticing side to side as we do these things. You feel the vitality coming back to you, coming into you, rising in you. And just feeling the difference. Just seeing what that feels side to side. So let's do the same thing on the other foot. So once more, really grounding into your standing foot, all four corners of your foot. And then you can toe the ground, kickstand your foot, come up to whatever works for you. And as you're here, remember, tighten your core, tuck your tailbone in. It's not a pelvic thrust, but it is making sure that your lower back is not crunched. Again, crane. You see, as you wobble, allow it to happen. Flow with it. If we're trees, and that wobble is the wind, we're just moving with it. We don't judge the trees for moving in the wind and the storm. We admire them. We admire their beauty as they dance. Now, building fire on this side is going to feel different than the other. Perhaps your fire is built and you are already done. Thank you, Grace. I'm good. Feel free. Drop out of it, stretch a little bit, move in what feels comfortable to your body. You're still building some fire yet? You can try standing up on your tippy toes. That is going to be a significant burn, both in your foot and the rest of your body. Shake it out once you come out and you're ready to move on. Maybe give just like a quick lean over, stretch, hamstrings, lower back. Oh yeah. Okay, now we're going to do a little bit of a quad stretch. So we all might remember this, even if the last time you did it was middle school. Go ahead and grab the tops of your laces, or where the laces would be if you're not wearing shoes. Grab a wall, a friend, a chair, someone who's not going to move though. Maybe don't grab the dog. But lean, just pull your foot back towards your butt, as far as it'll go, whatever that looks like. But try to keep, again, knees stacked over ankles, hips stacked over knees. Feeling it pull here, right? And then feeling the fire burn on the other standing leg. See, you thought we were just stretching. We are still balancing and we are still building fire. Feels good, right? Once again, paying attention to your shoulders. Have they tightened up? Are you feeling tense and stressed? Lower them down. Shake it out if you need to. Let's go to the other side. Let's see how it feels. Oh, yeah. Feels good. I guess my left side's a little tighter. Something that we don't often talk about is the contraction of muscles, right? So when you're tense, your muscles contract. When you're doing something like this, right, your standing leg is contracted because your muscles are tensed. But that expansion and contraction is so important to the vitality of just the physical body. When your muscles are in a contracted state all the time, you know, it's harder for them to build muscle, it's harder for them to build heat, it's harder for them to function. So something that's really important is focusing on the expansion out of that contraction when you're done. That's why we shake it out. That's why we do massage, we do foam rollers. It's really important. If your muscles are always seized, they don't have any room to move, to grow, and to have that vitality in the first place. All right, one last balancing pose. It's going to be a little bit like what we just did, but when you grab your laces, grab it from the inside arch of your foot. And then as you get settled, put your hand on a wall maybe, or a bookshelf, but you're going to hinge at your hips. So you are kicking your back leg out, and you are literally pushing your foot into the palm of your hand. Pushing it out so that you'll feel a stretch here. You'll feel a stretch on your shoulder as you keep a hold of the inside arch, top lace of your foot, and hinging. Now you may stop here. This may be good enough. It's definitely good enough for me, but I'm going to try to go the full range just to show it. Dancer pose in yoga is very much knees straight out behind you. And again, if you fall out of it, allowing yourself a moment of grace, if you will, to come back into it. Oh, it's definitely building fire in a lot of places on this one. Oh, shake it out. Shake it out. Okay. Okay. Other side now, yes? Firmly into your standing foot, feeling your, if you're on your right foot, feeling your right glute, feeling very strong. Kicking back with your opposite leg, grabbing the top laces of your foot from the inside arch. And then maybe this is where you stop. This is enough, my butt's on fire. Or maybe you start to kick your foot into your hands, so pushing your leg out and up. The full range of motion of your knees and hips. Front arm out for balance. Oh, you guys sweating? I'm sweating. You see it's on and everything. Oh, shake it out, shake it out. Feel free to go back into it if you're still really feeling it. I love balancing poses at any time of the year because it helps to remind me to really ground. Balance only works when you're grounded. How are we doing for time? Oh, we're doing great. I want to check in. How are you feeling? Doing pretty good? So we've got another couple of sections. Let's get to it. So this is the come down to the floor part. As we're on the floor, you are going to see want to say if you have any shoulder, ankle, or some shoulder, wrist, or knee issues, start thinking about those now. You know, if your knees, or even not an issue, if your knees just don't like being on the ground like this, go grab a folded blanket or folded towel or a yoga mat, even a small throw pillow, just something to cushion. You know, especially if you have hardwood. I have nice plushy carpet, but we want to make sure that we're not gonna put ourselves in a world of pain as part of this. So go grab something for your knees, and then when we're on all fours, like in a plank or a push-up or something, right? Or tabletop is what they call it in yoga. So you've got your shoulders over your wrists, you've got your hips over your knees. So when you're in this position, make sure your spine is neutral, so not a super bent or super arched, just a nice neutral spine. Now, if this is hard for your wrists, right? They don't like your flexed arm. You can just do it on a fist, so that your fists are straight out in front of you. That sometimes helps. You can also do all of this on your forearms instead of up. So that's going to be a little gentler on your shoulders as well. So it's really what feels good to you. The point of this isn't to hurt ourselves or to make ourselves feel defeated. The point of this is to raise your energy and vitality in a way that feels nurturing and loving. And you are the custodian of that. We have to love ourselves. Most days it's really hard, but we can do it. Okay, everybody got your props? Everybody ready? So I'm gonna go ahead and put my hair up so you can see what I'm doing. So first, we're going to be in tabletop position, and we're going to do a couple of different things here. So again, really taking care of your knees if they don't like this. Another thing is flex your foot. That will sometimes help cushion your knees as opposed to being feet flat on the ground. But that's going to feel different for everybody. Try it out. See what feels good. All right. So first, we're going to ground down into your right knee and your left hand. Right hand forward, and then we're going to kick back with your left leg. Ideally, we're going to be in this sort of bird dog position, but take that slow, right? So you can see where we're going. Maybe right here is good. You want to make sure your weight is almost equally distributed on your right knee and your left arm, and that's where the fire is going to build. It's going to build from left wrist all the way over to right glute. Whatever works for you. I usually really feel this in my glutes. If you want to feel it in your core, if you're looking for like that next step up, do a crunch. Pull your knee into your nose, pull your elbow into your chest, and expand again. When you contract like a deep, and expand. The morning glories on my porch. They are loving this heat. Oh. Come down at any point. I hope y'all brought some water because I forgot mine. So hydrate for me. Feeling the heat yet? No? Yeah? Maybe. So we're going to do that again, but we're going to ground down into the other side. So that's going to be your right arm and your left knee for those of you following along. So maybe this time you only lift your back leg. Maybe that's enough balance. You know, maybe that is enough to build that heat here. A note about the hips. They're going to want to open with the foot you have raised. Really try to keep them square to the earth. You see kind of the difference there? Let me show you on this side too. So this is me making sure that they are fully square to the floor. And then you see like the tendency is just to raise that hip just a smidge. So you want to make sure. And make sure you're breathing as your body contracts to build this heat. The tendency is to stop breathing. That's not going to work. You definitely want to keep breathing. Keep oxygen flowing. Your muscles are working hard right now. And you contract in. at any point you want to shake it out, do a little child's pose, kick your hips back, whatever feels good. Moving, and then coming right back into it. So let's do the opposite side again. So grounding down into left wrist, right knee. We'll do the same side we did the first time. How does it feel now that you've woken your body up pretty significantly and we already did this side? Does it feel more alive? Does it just feel charred and fatigued because we've already pushed it pretty good? It's going to feel different for everybody. But the vitality of expanding after that contraction that builds heat. You know, right now, probably feels like we're all in a really contracted place. Ground down into the other side, left knee, right wrist. Maybe the last few months were the contraction we needed, the stay-at-home order that we needed, the, contracting in as the pressure builds, as the heat builds, and then we expand into something bigger, hopefully something better. Building this vitality, seeing it go through the rest of your life. Maybe tomorrow you get up early and go for a walk. Maybe you'll eat your veggies. Oh, just by nourishing for yourself. You're really committed to the self-care. Make it easy for your body, right? Oh, how is that? I'm sweating. I'm sweating in the backs of my knees. I'm sweating down everywhere under my shirt. But it feels pretty good. Okay. So, once you've taken a short rest, come back to hands and knees. So again, if this hurts your wrist, you can have them straight like this into the ground. We're going to do leg lifts and leg raises. So when I say a leg lift, I mean push your heels straight up in the air and then come back to neutral. Push, hold, come back. When I say a leg lift, I mean straight out like we did before, but then just lifting straight up and down. So both of these are going to start engaging your core again, your back specifically. We want to make very, very sure that we're protecting that, so just be gentle. All right, so let's start with some leg lifts. So balance into your opposite knee, raise. Now drive your heel into the ceiling while still keeping your hips as level as possible and bring it back to neutral. If you want like extra fire, contract in before dragging it up and hold it at the top. Your muscles are shaking. You're doing it right. You do a little ankle rolls at the top just to make it fun. Really feeling the heat. You need to do this on your forearms, you can. You are getting the same benefits. Now switching sides. If you can, switch sides without shaking it out. Let's see if you can keep that fire stoked. Oh, goodness. Who's doing this outside? I bet it is just hot. Oh, wow. Feeling your body just fully awake. I know mine is. How is that? If you need a little bit, wiggle your tail, sit back, arch your back. Sometimes that feels really nice. I'm going to go right into leg raises. So kick your legs straight out behind you. It's going to be a little easier because both hands are on the ground this time. And then we're just going to move up and down. Your toe can touch the ground if you like. As high up as is comfortable. And back down. Holding at the top. Slight bend to your elbows here will help that back balance a little better. Down to your forearms if your wrists are just done with you. And hold it for as long as you can. You don't need to bring it down when I bring it down. If you
are really digging on it, if you are just in the zone, you go on. Who isn't feeling something on fire anymore, right? Switching sides, make sure that you get a good even distribution of heat and vitality here. If you're not sure where to look, you don't need to be looking at me. Try looking about 6 inches in front of your hands. That'll keep your neck in line with your spine. I think our lower bodies are just about done, yeah? Glutes, especially thighs. Oh yeah. Oh, shake it out. Shake it out. All right. So we're gonna do one last set of exercises. Let me give all of this a break. And we're gonna do some planks and some push-ups. So this can be fully modified. Let me give you a couple of options. For plank, you can be tabletop. Like if this is good, if this is building heat for you and your shoulders and your chest, stay here. You can also do push-ups from here. You're going down and you're pushing your upper body up. That is still a chest workout. Absolutely pushing yourself straight up. Now just remember that shoulders are stacked on wrists. You don't want, we can be wide, or we can, if that's your jam, you can have your hands extra wide, but generally speaking, shoulders are above wrists. Like they're definitely not going to be out here in front of you, right? Definitely under your body weight. If you want the next level up from here, you can bring your knees out just slightly. So we've got the modified. So it's a half plank. And when we do a push-up, it'll be a half push-up just from here. So the big point in this one is just to make sure your back is straight. So don't arch your back like that. That's not healthy. Keep a really good, nice neutral spine. And then, of course, we have a full plank. So back straight, again, very important. You can do a full push-up here as well. If this hurts your wrists, come down to your forearms. Get that butt down. Okay, so those are some modification options as we get started. So we're gonna do planks first, and we're gonna do 2 rounds of those and see where our time is. So we're gonna do this for time, and you're competing against yourself. We're gonna do 2 rounds, okay? So we're gonna start. Take your plank position, whichever is most comfortable for you. For me, it's on the forearms, for sure. We're gonna start, go. So we're just gonna see how far we get. So it's gonna be different to everyone, so I'm gonna count it in. That was 5 seconds. You've now made it to 10 seconds. 15 seconds. Keep breathing. You are on your feet. Push back with your heels. 20 seconds. Here's 25. How are you feeling? That's 30. Pushing, building, 35. You need to drop. That's absolutely fine. Come back. Oh, I missed 40, so we're gonna just do it again at 45. There we go. 50. You still with me? All right. That's 55. I bet there's a bunch of you still going. That's a minute. If you've dropped out, feel free to hop back in. Minute 5. A minute 10. A minute 15. Man, if you are still going, woo. A minute 20. I'm gonna give you 10 more seconds, then everyone's gonna stop. Minute 25. And here is your minute 30. Nicely done. So just keep a consideration on how far you got that time. We're gonna do some push-ups, and then we're gonna do planks again. You'll be more tired the second time around, right? And I realize people are like, no, I want to do it now, or my first one's always going to be better. Sometimes that's true, your first one is better, but sometimes you actually do better the second time around. You know, you got your brain into it, right? You're like, oh, I can do that exercise, I can do that movement. A lot of times for me, it's not physical vitality, it's the mental vitality. Just believing you can do it is just so important. And you've just proven to yourself you can, at whatever time that was for you. But you did it. You can do it. So the second time, if you know that you can do 20, maybe you can do 22. You know, it's the unknown that's really scary. All right, let's do some push-ups just for fun. You can do them the way the Army does now, where you can lay all the way down on your chest, hands tap out, and then come back and push yourself all the way up. That is going to be incredibly hard. I'm not going to do that, but some of you definitely can. I also prefer to do modified push-ups myself. So this we're going to do for repetitions. How many can you do in, let's say, 30 seconds, okay? So I'm going to count you in. Ready, start. All right, you're halfway. Keeping track? I've lost count. But competing against yourself means it's okay if you lose count. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How'd you do? Probably better than you thought you would going into this. I usually do. All right, so round 2. How many can we do in 30 seconds? Shake it out. Be ready. 1, 2, go. I'm sure some of us are just watching. That's okay. Some of us have already built all the vitality we need for our intention. Almost there. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. How'd you do competing against yourself? You know, the best thing about competing against yourself, it doesn't matter which time you did better at, you still get to take home the win. All right, second set of planks, and we're gonna cool down a little bit. We're gonna cement in that intention. Ready? How long can you go this time compared to how long you went last time? Ready, go. Now remember, pushing back through your heels if you're on your toes will help you stay up longer, for sure. And breathing, that is so important. We're at 15 seconds now. We're at 20. We're at 23. 25. They go so fast, I don't really want to count all of them, but we're at 30 seconds. Some of you have already beat your best time. 40 seconds. 45 seconds. I'm really proud of all of you. If you're done, feel free to take a seat, grab some water. That is 55 seconds right now. We're going to cool down a little. About a minute 5. A minute 10. A minute 15 now. We're going to give it to a minute 35 this time, just to let people who want to beat their last time, and they made it all the way to a minute and a half. That is 125. 130. And that is 135. Oh, take a breath, take a drink. Congratulate yourself. Have a seat.
I definitely invite you to stretch after this, but I wanna take a breath together, really cement in that intention. How's your body feel? Are you sweating? Are you sweating everywhere? Do you feel hot? Do you feel awake in areas of your body that you haven't really thought about in a while? I know when I get stressed and anxious, I just leave my body entirely. It's not even there. I'm sure some of you are the same. It's really important to get ourselves back in our bodies. As you breathe, and you're thinking about how you're feeling and how you're doing in this moment, revisit that initial intention you set. We're going to take all of the vitality that you built, and we're going to put it in that intention. So bring your hands to your heart, or prayer position, whatever feels better for you. Take a deep breath in and breathe into your clasped hands. Focus your attention, feel all of the heat, the sweat, the vitality, the vibrancy that you've built. Breathe it into your clasped hands. Let it build as you breathe, feeling that energy growing. Feel it embodying that intention. Feel it. And if that is an intention that you want to set free to the universe to become fruits of your labor, in this next breath, you're going to expand your arms up overhead and let it out. If it's something you want to keep for yourself, really breathe into your chest and cement that down in your bones. So whatever that is for you on your next breath, inhale and exhale. Thank you very much for joining me today for this workshop. I hope that you feel that you've grown and harvested some seasonal vitality with us today, that you're feeling more connected to your body, that you're embodying your body, which is very hard for some of us to do, and that you've taken the time and the attention that you've needed today. I invite you to stretch, especially if this is very unusual activity for you. Stretch anything that feels good. Go take a hot bath, a hot shower. Doesn't that sound nice? Definitely drink some water. Have a little protein, especially if you worked out pretty hard. Your muscles are going to want it to rebuild. All right. Thank you so much for joining. The circle is open yet unbroken. Merry meet.
Thank you so much, Grace, for leading us in Green Spirit exercise. That was invigorating. Coming up next at noon, Reverend Georgette Paxton is doing a workshop on guided kitchen witchery with Lammas and Lughnasadh recipes. And I will get that set up here in just a moment. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us today, and we will see you again shortly.
with seasonal foods and grains that are coming in right now that you can use in ritual or even in dinners at home with your family. So at Circle Sanctuary, we celebrate Green Spirit, which is also known as Lughnasadh. This is the time of high summer when the land is in its full green and verdant glory. The hills are full with lush grasses and plants, and the trees are full of leaves and fruit. And in the British and European traditions, as well as here where we live in Wisconsin, it's a time that the harvest is starting to come in. Farm stands are lining the roadways, and fresh produce is abundant right now. Farmers are also beginning to reap the grain harvests in their fields, wheat and corn and oats and more, and in Wisconsin, particularly corn. Lughnasadh is also called Lammas in the British Isles, and this is from the Anglo-Saxon words meaning loaf, mass. And Lammas is the feast of the first fruits. Selena will talk more about Lughnasadh and Lammas traditions in her workshop today about Green Spirit lore. Foods have always played an important part in rituals and worship of the gods. Without food, we'd obviously not live at all as a people. Food and its production was often part of the central themes of ancient religions and spiritual practices. Grain was among the most valuable of foods through the ages because grains could be dried and stored for use in the cold winter and then ground and transformed by the magic of fire made into nourishing breads. So as bread was one of the main staples of our ancestors, the ripening of the grain was cause for great celebration. The reaping and threshing and preparation of these breads spawned great ritual and ceremonies throughout the ages to ensure bounty for the following year. Dedication of bread and wine, the fruit of the vine, is also even still one of the central points of many craft rituals today in which we honor the earth's nurturing and partake of the corn god's sacrifice each year. So back to Lammas, and why are we coming together today? So as I mentioned, now is a time of great bounty. It's the beginning of the harvest when we as a people are gathering in what is plentiful to us spiritually and in the material world. The grain god, which is also known as the corn king, has been nourished in the fertile earth and in some traditions lovingly tended by the mother goddess as the months have warmed. So now, and he is full grown, and he comes to us symbolically in the guise of the grain and food that we're harvesting to give himself in willing sacrifice to sustain our bodies and our spirits. The main themes of Lammas can therefore be seen as thanksgiving to the earth for her bountiful harvest and sacrifice, transformation, and a sharing of the energy of the corn king. So let's get started with our first recipe today. The first bread I'll be making along with you is Lammas oatmeal bread. And this is a recipe I found in one of my favorite books that I've used for many years. This is called A Victorian Grimoire by Patricia Telesco, and I've had this since 1992 when it came out. I'm not sure if it's even still in print anymore, but I actually use this as a resource pretty frequently, even still today, after almost 30 years of spiritual practice. So let's get started. The recipe calls for a lot of things that you'll already have in your pantry. And in addition to just oatmeal and flour, it contains some fruit, like chopped apples and raisins, which can represent the fruit of the vine, which is abundant this year for Lughnasadh. So first of all, to get started, what I have done is put a cup of butter in a dish that is 2 sticks of butter. A stick of butter is a half a cup a piece. And I've pre-softened the butter for about 30 seconds so it's easier to mix. You're going to want to soften it a little bit. In the microwave is fine, or just leaving it out on a warm countertop. Next, I will put in 1 cup of flour. This is a gluten-free flour, I use Bob's Red Mill 1-to-1 blend. You don't need to use gluten-free flour. You can use regular wheat flour. It's totally up to you. I'm just a gluten-free person, so that's what I have in my house here. Next, we will put in a ½ teaspoon of baking soda. This is my little cup of baking soda, just your regular old-fashioned Arm & Hammer from the yellow box, ½ teaspoon of that. And then we will want 2 teaspoons of salt. I have kosher salt. This is called a salt pig, where I keep my salt on the counter next to the stove while I'm cooking. It just keeps it really accessible, and the odd shape keeps the dust from settling on the top of the salt. So that's why it looks like this. So we're going to be using 2 teaspoons of salt. Next is 1 teaspoon of nutmeg. I just have pre-ground nutmeg here, a teaspoon of that. More spices. The next one is a teaspoon of ginger. This is going to be a very flavorful oatmeal bread. Next is a teaspoon of cinnamon. I love cinnamon. It's okay if it's a heaping teaspoon. If you're like me, I like a little bit of extra. Okay, and then we want a ½ cup of brown sugar. I'm using light brown sugar. And I will add a ½ cup of nuts. These are completely optional. You don't need to use nuts if you're allergic to nuts or if you just dislike them. These are walnuts in particular. You could also use pecans or whatever nuts you like or that you have around the house. Make sure they're chopped. ½ cup of nuts. Next is 1 cup of raisins. You could also use craisins for this if you wanted it specifically for Wisconsin in particular, since cranberries are raised in Wisconsin. You could do craisins and make it extra local that way, but I just have regular raisins here. 1 cup of raisins. Next, we have the main fruit of this particular oatmeal bread. This is 3 chopped medium apples. And I just cut each apple into 12 wedges and then diced those. I left the peel on because these are a particularly flavorful apple, but it's up to you. You can peel your apples. It's totally optional to peel it. If you just like it for aesthetic reasons, you can go ahead and peel your apples. But this is 3 apples worth diced. Just pour that all in. Next, we have the rolled oats. The reason this is called oatmeal bread. This is 1½ cups of rolled oats. Rolled oats are different from instant or quick oats. You don't want to use those. Make sure at the grocery store you pick out the package that says rolled oats. 1½ cups of those. So next, we need an egg. Here I have 1 egg. We're just going to crack that in a little dish and lightly beat it so that it mixes up a little bit better. And you'll see that I'm just kind of dumping everything in a big bowl right now. It doesn't matter really what order you do it in. So put in 1 lightly beaten egg. And then the last thing is 1½ teaspoons of vanilla extract. If you like me, I always add a little bit of extra. So I'll use 2 teaspoons, but the recipe calls for 1.5. You could also use orange extract if you prefer. Okay, so as you can see, it's just a big pile in a bowl right now. And what I'm going to do is just mix it all up until it's all thoroughly incorporated. It's easier with a hand mixer, or if you prefer to do this by hand with a big spoon, you can do that too. Whatever you like. Okay, you probably saw me starting and stopping the mixer a few times there. It's because the mixture is very thick, and using that kind of mixer, I just wanted to push it down the sides a little bit so it incorporated better. The various ingredients got in better touch with each other and mixed up more thoroughly. So once you've got it looking pretty good and pretty mixed up, just give it a final little stir here. You're going to want to make sure your oven is preheated to 350 degrees. And I already have my oven preheated over here. And we're going to use, for this particular recipe right now, I'm just going to use a loaf pan, but you could also use a round cake pan for this, or even like an 8 by 8 inch brownie pan. It's totally up to you. I'm using this loaf pan so that I'll be able to slice it in slices later. So you're just going to want to spray your loaf pan with nonstick spray, like so. And put your mixture into the pan. It smells really good. I wish you could smell it through the camera like this. I'm really looking forward to this one. The house is going to smell amazing while this is baking. So just smooth out the top like this with the back of your spoon. Get any bits off the sides of the pan because you don't want those to burn on the edges. You can see all these wonderful fruits and nuts in here. This is going to just be excellent. I just know it. If you hear little clickings around on the floor, my dogs Phoebe and Wallace are coming in to check out what's going on. There's a little curly white head you might see back here. That would be Phoebe. Okay, so now that this is in the pan, what I'm going to do is put it in the oven, which again is preheated for 350 degrees, and leave it in there for about 30 minutes. And at 30 minutes, we'll give it a quick check and see how done it looks, and then we'll go from there. So stay tuned. Okay, welcome back. I have pulled the finished bread out of the oven, and it actually took closer to 40 minutes than 30 minutes because of this specific shape of pan I used. I just checked it at the 30-minute mark and stuck a knife in it to see if there was any residue, and there was, so I let it go another 5 minutes, rechecked it, and did the same thing. So if you're going to use a bread pan of this shape, it will probably take closer to 40 minutes. However, if you use a flatter cake pan, like a round cake pan, I would count on closer to the 30 minutes because it'll be a thinner batter in the pan. So anyway, it is now complete and the house smells amazing. As you can see, it's a really nice golden brown on the top and the sides have started to pull away from the pan. That's how you know it's done. So this is our Lammas oatmeal bread. Welcome back. So now that we've made our Lammas oatmeal bread, we're going to go ahead and try out our Southern Savory cornbread. Now this is a skillet cornbread made in a cast iron skillet. You could also use a regular glass pan if you preferred, but most of the charm of this cornbread actually comes from using the cast iron skillet. So watch me here to see how that's done. Okay, so cornbread you're probably familiar with. Pretty much every family has its favorite cornbread recipe, whether it's sweet or savory, whether it contains things like jalapenos or cheese or even corn kernels. Everybody's got their preference. I believe Northerners tend to prefer a sweeter version and Southerners often prefer a more savory version. So this is a savory one, so I guess it qualifies as a Southern savory skillet cornbread. So let's get started. Okay, we have our big mixing bowl here, and make sure you have a whisk. You won't need an electric mixer for this because it's very easy to mix by hand. So to begin, we're going to put all of our dry ingredients in the bowl first, starting with 1.5 cups of yellow cornmeal. You could use white cornmeal if you prefer. I like the yellow cornmeal because I like the nice sunny yellow color, which is also nice and appropriate for Lughnasadh to represent the sun at this time of year. Next, you'll add a 1/4 cup of flour. This can be regular all-purpose wheat flour, or if you're like me, again, it's a gluten-free all-purpose 1-to-1 blend of gluten-free flour. So it doesn't matter what kind of flour you use or prefer, as long as it's just a 1/4 cup. And then we use a teaspoon of baking soda. Again, this is the Arm & Hammer Traditional from the yellow box of baking soda, sodium bicarbonate. And we also use baking powder in this, in addition to the baking soda. Baking powder is a different item than baking soda. It's actually composed of different chemicals and it causes a different sort of chemical reaction in the batter. So you want a teaspoon of this as well. So you're using both baking soda and baking powder. Next is a teaspoon of salt. Kosher salt works well, or whatever salt you have around the house. And then what we're going to do is add well, first before I add anything else, we're going to want to mix up all the dry ingredients. So take your whisk and just mix everything up here in the bowl until all the dry stuff is incorporated and it all looks homogeneous and all in color. Make sure it's all thoroughly mixed up. Okay, so next is a little bit surprising. What we need is actually 2 cups of buttermilk for the main liquid ingredient in this. And if you're like me, you rarely ever have buttermilk around the house, so you can do a substitute. To make a substitute for buttermilk, what I have here is almond milk, and I put a little bit of cream in it just for richness, but you don't have to. You can use either almond milk, your favorite non-dairy milk, or cow milk, dairy milk. It's totally up to you. So it doesn't really make a difference either way. I just prefer almond milk here in our house. So anyway, to make a substitute for buttermilk, you're going to want to acidify this. And to do that, you're going to add vinegar, or you could even use lemon juice. As long as it's unsweetened lemon juice, straight out of the squeezy bottle that you get at the grocery store. I have white vinegar here. You could also use apple cider vinegar or whatever vinegar you have around the house, but I wouldn't recommend wine vinegar or garlic vinegar or anything like that. So anyway, with your 2 cups of milk, you're going to add 2 teaspoons of your acid, whether it's vinegar or lemon juice. Stir that around. And just let it sit for a minute or 2. You're going to see it separate a little bit and probably thicken up, and that's good. You want that to happen because that means the chemistry is happening with the acid and it's turning it into a buttermilk substitute that will have the same effect on the other ingredients as actual buttermilk would. So set that aside for a second. And in the meantime, take 2 eggs and break them into a small bowl. I've already done that here. Lightly beat the 2 eggs. And by now your buttermilk sub should be pretty good to go. Pour the eggs in there and just lightly mix it. And then you take this measuring cup full of your dairy and eggs and you pour it into your dry ingredients. And now the last thing you're going to add is oil. I would often use melted butter for this, or if you prefer, you could even use melted bacon fat or lard. And if you hear whining now next to me, that's my dog Phoebe. She's wanting some of the goodness we're mixing up here. Anyway, so back to this, we're going to want to add a 1/4 cup of oil. I'm just using a neutral vegetable oil, but like I mentioned, you could also use melted butter or bacon fat if you wanted that extra flavor. And just put that in and mix it while you're pouring the oil. Now you just stir the whole thing, and as you can see, it's relatively thin and runny. And just let that sit for a little bit while you prepare your cast iron pan. So this is an important component of the recipe. Take your cast iron pan, and then you're going to put in it 2 tablespoons of butter. 1, 2. Now at this point, you should have your oven preheated to 400 degrees. My oven is preheated here. And then you're going to put this pan with the butter in it, with just the butter in it, in your oven, which is at 400 degrees for approximately 10 minutes. So check it at 5 minutes just to see if the butter's all melted, but it should take about 10 minutes to melt the butter. And again, it's just the butter in the pan. And then I'll show you how to do the next step. Stay tuned. Okay, it has been approximately 8 minutes, give or take, and our pan is nice and hot in our oven. Again, the oven was 400 degrees, and you're putting the cast iron pan with the butter in it just to melt the butter and heat the pan. So once that butter is melted, you might hear it starting to sizzle a little bit. Just pay attention to it. And then very carefully with your hot gloves, take the pan out of the oven, and then we're going to pour the batter into the pan and put it immediately back into the oven. As you can see, it's sizzling, and this is really nice. Swirl it around very carefully to get it on the edges. That helps keep the cornbread from sticking. And now right away, you want to pour your batter in. And it makes a really satisfying sizzle as you do that. You'll see the butter come up around the edges of the batter, and then put the pan immediately back into your 400-degree oven. And you're going to leave it in there for at least 20 to 25 minutes. So I'll be checking it at the 20-minute mark to see how done it is. And I'll let you know as soon as it is done, and I'll catch up with you as soon as it's out of the oven. Stay tuned. Okay, it has been a little over 20 minutes, about 22, 23 minutes, and the cornbread is out of the oven and finished. As you can see, it's a nice golden brown color. You can tell it's done when it starts pulling away from the side of the pan like this, and you want to see a little bit of cracking on the top of the surface. So once you pull it out of the oven, you can either leave it in the skillet like this, or you can let it cool a little bit and put it onto a plate for presentation. I usually leave it in the skillet, but let's give it a try plating right now. It's a little bit tricky, so you're going to want to wait until it's mostly cool before you try this if you decide to take it out of the skillet. This has actually cooled a little bit. So what I'm going to do is very, very carefully, using hot gloves again because it's still warm, invert it onto my hand, quickly, and then onto a plate like that. And there we go. Southern skillet cornbread, savory version for you to use in ritual or your meal, and it represents the sacrifice of the Corn King for Lammas. For our next recipe today, I'm going to show you a simple summer salad for Lammas. Now, this is a salad made up of mostly local ingredients that you'll find easily in your corner market or at a produce stand in your town. So in Wisconsin right now, as I mentioned, Lammas time is a time when you're going to see a lot of farm stands on street corners. They're selling tons and tons of local produce, things like cucumbers and tomatoes, onions, and corn, among other things. There's peppers, there are melons, there are all kinds of things you can find at local stands. And if you're at another place in the country or in other places around the world, you'll have your own local produce too. So this is a salad that can be modified to fit whatever you have locally. It's a really easy, quick to put together, and something that anybody can do. So let's get started. The first thing you're going to do, because this is Lughnasadh, Lammas, the time of the Corn King, of course, is use an ear of corn. So this is going to be fresh, raw, sweet corn. And you can get it, like I mentioned, from your grocery store or from your own garden or a local farm stand. And the thing is that you want good local sweet corn. So peel, shuck the corn, and remove the corn silk from the top of it. And then you're going to remove the corn kernels with a knife. And you just do that by separating the kernels from the cob carefully by slicing down the length of the cob. I always start kind of in the middle and then flip it over so that my fingers stay safe on the cob. It's okay if they're not evenly cut. Perfection is not what we're going for here. What we are going for is flavor and local produce and your own loving energy as you mix this up for your family. And we'll just take out these little bits of corn silk that are in my little pile of corn. And then once you have that all separated on your cutting board, scrape it into your large bowl. And I'm going to just try to clean up my counter as I go. Chopping corn can be a little bit of a messy job, as you can see. Sometimes it can kind of fly around the kitchen a little bit. So obviously you're going to have a big bowl to put all of your salad ingredients in, starting with the corn. The next thing we're going to do is use a pint of cherry tomatoes. And really small ones are nice. I like these little ones. They're called grape tomatoes, or you can use your own homegrown cherry tomatoes, or even dice up a normal tomato into small pieces. So with these cherry tomatoes, I'm going to slice these in half. And the reason we're doing that is so that they don't squirt in the person's mouth when they try to eat them. I don't know if you've ever tried to eat a cherry tomato that's whole in a salad, but sometimes it kind of squirts up the side of your mouth, but it can be a little embarrassing. So anyway, cut all of your cherry tomatoes. This might take a few minutes here. And just throw them into the bowl as you go. We're just going to mix up all of our stuff on the fly as we get along here. Oh, and sometimes you might lose one. My dogs are at my feet right now. You could probably hear them clipping around on the kitchen floor, and they're just waiting for me to drop something. So my little assistants are helping me to keep things tidy as I mix up my salad here. And they were just fed dinner, so thankfully they're not starving. Otherwise you would probably hear them vocalizing as well. All right, that's the entire pint of cherry tomatoes. The next thing we're going to do is use a medium-sized cucumber. So this is just your regular English cucumber. You could also use whatever kind of cucumber you get from your market. And depending on your preference, you can either peel it or leave the skin on. This is a particularly gnarly looking cucumber. Well, not gnarly, but because it's got a thicker skin on it, I'm just going to peel this one really carefully using my knife, or if you have a peeler at your house, Go ahead and use your vegetable peeler for that. And you don't need to worry about perfection. Again, if there's little pieces of skin still on there, that's okay. I actually usually don't peel my cucumbers for my personal salads. Clean up as you go. And then you're going to want to quarter the cucumber and dice that up. And then throw that in your big bowl with your tomatoes and corn. Next, we're going to use 2 scallions or green onions. These are in season here in Wisconsin. So just pick out 2 relatively nice looking ones. Remove any dried out leaves that you don't want. Then cut the little root tips off. You don't want those. And you're going to want to dice these fairly small. So what I do is I usually take it and cut the green onion in half the long way like this. And that makes for smaller pieces. Then you can just cut them in half so that it's quicker to dice like that. Stack them all up. And then dice your green onion pretty small. Into little pieces that are about 1/8 of an inch wide. If you have some bigger pieces left on the ends, just toss those or use them, or however you want to go about it. Add that to your bowl. And next we're going to use avocado and then lime. And you might look at me and say, well, avocado and lime sure aren't native to Wisconsin or the Midwest, and you would be right. But Lammas and Lughnasadh is a festival in the fire quarter of the year. That would be the southern quarter of the pagan calendar, the pagan wheel of the year. And because they're in the fire quarter, these are associated with the south. And avocado and lime are both grown in the southern regions of the United States and the southern regions of our continent, like in Central America and South America. So that's why they're a nice component to add to a lammas salad. We're going to start with our avocado by cutting it in half. And then remove the pit using a spoon like this. Really carefully, just kind of scoop it out there. And if you see any little bit of bruised areas, scoop that out too, just to get it out of the way. And now you're going to dice the avocado. I do that in the skin. So I basically take the knife and do a crosshatch pattern like this, one way and then perpendicular. That way it's already diced when you scoop it out of the skin. So once you have it diced in the skin, take your spoon, oops, and just scoop it directly out like that. And it will already be in pieces when it goes in your bowl. We're scooping, just push it off with the edge of the avocado, and you can kind of separate it with your spoon in the dish. This is a very ripe avocado, oops, which I'm managing to get all over my kitchen. Okay, so just empty out the avocado skin like that, and do the same thing with the other half. We're just doing the crosshatch slicing in the skin. This is the cleanest way I found to dice an avocado. I use a lot of avocado, and I've tried it by peeling it first, and it just gets all over the place. See how it separates nicely? This is the quickest way to dice it without getting it all over your hands and all over the counter. And then just take your spoon and kind of separate the cubes a little bit in the dish. Next, we're going to go for our lime. Just your standard everyday green lime. Another southern component of our dish. And we want 2 tablespoons of lime juice. So I've just cut the lime in half across the middle like this. And you can use the back of a wooden spoon. I have a lime juicer here. Or you could just squeeze it by hand. And we're going to want 2 tablespoons of lime juice. So I ream it while I'm squeezing this way to get all the juice out of the skin. I'm going to do the whole lime. And if we have any extra juice, that's okay, because I like to use it later in drinks or save it for another salad tomorrow. Okay, so we've juiced the entire lime, and it's made about 1/4 cup of juice. That's typical for most limes. You'll get about 1/4 cup of juice from a lime. And fun fact, 1/4 cup is 4 tablespoons. So half a lime is going to be the 2 tablespoons that we need for this recipe. And just sprinkle it over the top of all the ingredients in your salad. Lime juice is also really helpful for avocado to keep it from browning. So that's why we did the avocado and then the lime juice following right after, because it keeps the avocado looking fresh. So once your lime juice is in, just give it a really quick stir, and that'll help put it on the avocado to keep the avocado from browning. You don't want to stir too much at this point because you don't want to mash up the avocado. All right, the next component is going to be 2 tablespoons of olive oil. So just sort of sprinkle that over the top of your bowl. Like so. And then, because this is an easy peasy simple salad, just salt and pepper is all we need now. So take a sprinkle of kosher salt, your coarse salt, salt it to taste. I like a couple of pinches. And then fresh ground black pepper to your taste. I like a lot of ground pepper. And then once your oil and salt and pepper are added, just really gently mix it up again with your spoon. Toss your ingredients together. Again, don't mash up the avocado too much. Just make sure it's nice and blended. Now, if you like, you could also add some sweet pepper to this, green pepper or red or orange sweet pepper. I like those mini peppers that you can find at Costco and that sort of thing. I would often add a little bit of peppers to this. You could also, if you wanted to make it more of a meal salad, add shrimp. So it's almost a sort of ceviche. But this is the basic recipe for a llama simple summer salad. And here we are. As you can see, it's really beautifully green. There are all kinds of tasty, delicious things in there. And the lime juice and olive oil really kick up the flavors of all of this fresh produce. And now that I have this mixed up, I can bring it to my favorite summertime pagan festival, or serve it to my family for dinner, or just save it for my own use. Or if you're like my husband and I in a group we belonged to We used to have a cakes and ale session in the middle of rituals that often turned into a sort of meal. And we would have things like this along with our bread and wine in rituals. So it's up to you. You can make this a part of your spiritual practice, or you can make your spiritual practice the making of the salad as you prepare it for people you love. And here we have the finished products of all of our work today. It's, as you can see, a really good spread, a bountiful number of things that we can share with friends and family in ritual or just in mealtime as we remember the Lughnasadh season. First off, we have our oatmeal bread full of grains and fruits. There are apples and raisins in this, or you could do it with craisins, as I mentioned, and walnuts, or your preferred nut, as well as oats and flour. This is from a recipe by Patricia Telesco in her Victorian Grimoire, but it's also very similar to many old traditional recipes from the British Isles and Scotland. Next, we have our Southern Skillet cornbread. This is another traditional recipe that I have actually used in large-scale rituals at Circle Sanctuary at Lughnasadh for other green spirits. And the reason I like this cornbread is because it's just the epitome of South and fire and Lammas bounty, because it's full of rich corn and the butter, and it's transformed by the magic of fire in the oven, making that crispy crust in the skillet. Now, there are a couple of ideas I wanted to mention with the cornbread that I don't think I mentioned while I was giving you the recipe earlier. But if you wanted to, before you bake the cornbread, in the batter, you could actually mix up some fresh raw corn kernels. So it's totally up to you, but it's a nice component to add a little bit of texture that honors the season and the corn god's sacrifice. It's a nice surprise to bite into a piece of cornbread and have that juicy corn kernel. And you would just do that by slicing the kernels off a cob of sweet corn and mixing the kernels in the batter before it goes in the oven. Another separate idea that you might like to try is with the batter, put in 2 teaspoons of turmeric and mix it up before it goes in the oven. And you'll find that turmeric turns a nice deep orange color in the oven as it bakes because of a chemical reaction with the baking soda. So that's what I've done here. I've made another piece of cornbread with the same recipe, with the only difference being that there's turmeric in it. And as you can see, it turns this nice contrasting color if you'd like to present it in ritual like this with 2 different shades. And it's just a nice reminder of the sun in the Wheel of the Year portion that we're in right now. If you're in ritual, you may not want to use honey, it's a little bit sticky, but this cornbread is actually excellent with honey on it for meal times or for a family celebration. And next, we have our simple summer salad for Lammas, full of good things that you can find locally where you are. Because this is Thriving with Abundance at Home, this is full of things that you can find in Wisconsin right now, where I am, at corn stands and produce stands on the corners held by our local farmers. There are, in this particular bowl, there are tomatoes and cucumbers, onions, avocado, and lime, which aren't local, but as I explained, are really honoring the southern fire aspect of our portion of the Wheel of the Year right now. And most important of all, of course, is corn in this salad because it honors the sacrifice of the Corn King. So these foods are all really good ideas to use in ritual, or if you're not in a group ritual or don't want to use these in a circle, even just for your quiet at-home celebrations with your family as you move throughout the year. Our lives are full of prosperity, not just in physical wealth, but that in this season we have enough. We're prosperous. As a people, we're fed by the earth, and it's manifest in the grain and produce that we have access to, and we feed each other. Though in our modern time, we don't often harvest our own foods, this does not negate any of this time of Thanksgiving and sharing, not only of physical subsistence, but of knowledge and spiritual growth. With the passing days, remember the warmth and bounty of summer in the food you consume, and remember that nothing in the universe is constant. We are ever turning like a wheel. Recall these things as you break bread together at home and with your families. May you all be fully nourished in heart and body this Lammas. And thank you for sharing your time with me today.
Hoof and horn, all that dies shall be reborn. Corn and grain, all that falls shall rise again. Hoof and horn, all that dies shall be reborn. Corn and grain, all that falls shall rise again.
And thank you so much, Georgette. And I can say that all of the things that she made there were in fact delicious. Just saying that, yeah, that was for real. So the next thing that is coming up at the top of the hour is Selena's workshop on how to celebrate Lughnasadh and Lammas. And in the meantime, I will have on a few minutes of quiet recorded last weekend at the Fire Circle out at Circle Sanctuary. And thank you for joining us at Green Spirit. It's 1 o'clock Central Time. And coming up next, we have Reverend Selena Fox with a workshop on celebrating Lughnasadh and Lammas, which will be going live in 3, 2, 1.
Wow, happy Green Spirit. It is great to be here at our very first virtual Green Spirit gathering. My name's Selena Fox, and I have been part of Green Spirit celebrations for many years, since helping to birth this organization back in 1974. Green Spirit is the name that we presently use for our festival, which is also known as Lughnasadh, Lammas, and by some other names depending on the tradition. Today, I'm going to share with you some chants, some meditations, some symbols, and some other things that you may want to weave into your Lughnasadh and Lammas celebrations. I'll begin with a chant that I helped create back in the 1970s. At the time, before Circle Sanctuary Nature Preserve became a thing, it manifested in '83, but this goes back to the 1970s. A man by the name of Jim Allen was my partner at the time and helped me with the birthing of Circle Sanctuary in '74. And the two of us did pagan folk music and traveled around various places in the USA. And we created some music together. And this is a chant that we created. It's actually a round, and it's known as Lammas Round. Now is the time when the harvest starts again. So sing and dance until night's end, praising the powers on whom we depend. Now is the time when the harvest starts again. So sing and dance until night's end, praising the powers on whom we depend. Indeed, as many of our speakers have mentioned, this for many people is the first of several harvest festivals, and certainly among contemporary pagans, that is the case. And we at Circle Sanctuary at Green Spirit Time often are doing a harvest. We have an herb called mugwort, Artemisia vulgaris, that is in a beautiful hedge around our maypole, and we do a grand harvest every year. And then during the weeks that follow, as the mugwort becomes dry, we store it away, and then we use it in various forms for celebrating our festival. And I'm so glad that we're finding a way to be able to connect today and have our festival online. So harvest in old Europe, summer solstice was the start of the haying time. And then when Lughnasadh came, that harvest was done, and then grain started being harvested. And different types of grain, and the word corn is used today by contemporary pagans in America, not only in its North American and South American and Central American sense, maize, but also in the old European sense of the word, which meant wheat, grain. So this is a time for gathering in grain, in particular wheat, but barley and oats and other grains were also part of that experience. And it really depended on where you lived, what farming community you were part of, as to what agricultural cycle you were connected with. But the universality of grains across Europe for hundreds and hundreds of years, we have the old pagan Lunasa that then evolved into the Anglo-Saxon Lofmas or Lammas. And from pagan to Christian times, these holidays kept being celebrated. Indeed, in the 1960s and 1970s, as contemporary paganism started emerging into public view, in some of the earlier Wheel of the Year calendars, contemporary pagans actually used the Lammas name, I think in part because it was easier to say, and it also had passed into folk custom. Lammas, Lammas time, Lammas tide is the name for the entire festival time. And while August 1st is one of the traditional days in which Lunasa and Lammas were celebrated in the past, also in the past, it was a multi-day and multi-evening celebration. People continued their festivities for days and nights. There are some of the folk ways surviving in different parts of the world, including in the USA. Indeed, I have gone to a Lammas Tide celebration in Eastern Shore, Maryland, which has its traditions have a Christian Lammas underpinning, but actually have expanded to be multicultural and multi-faith. There is a blessing of the combines the first weekend of August, and I've had the opportunity to go there and witness this full firsthand. One of the real amazing things is the fact that all sorts of harvest equipment brought into the streets of this small town in the Eastern Shore, Maryland. And indeed, people have a chance to look at the equipment, a lot of it being very huge. So for the blessing of the combines, one of the local ministers does prayers, and literally the combines are blessed before the harvest season goes into its next phase. There are other things that are connected with Lunasa and Lammas and in the agricultural sense. So in addition to being a time for harvesting grain and celebrating that, and harvesting all sorts of produce and herbs, this was a time for going into the fields and forest and other natural places and harvesting berries. In fact, bilberry is sometimes linked to this holiday. Now here in southwestern Wisconsin, we're in a bioregion known as the Driftless area. We have a variety of different berries that happen during the course of the summer. And this morning, for my Lunasa Lammas altar that I created, and which will appear in social media at some point later today, I've been taking part in this wonderful online festival. That's been really great. You will have a chance to see some of these first fruits. And these are blackberries, and they are just now coming on. And one of the traditions is to pick the first fruits and do an offering of the first fruits to the divine by whatever name or names or forms that are connected with the spiritual, cultural, religious, philosophical traditions of those doing the harvesting. So indeed, some of these wonderful blackberries, these are the first harvest of the blackberries, will be going back to the land with our thanksgiving. And indeed, in the chant, Lammas Round, we praise the powers upon whom we depend. I also want to celebrate this holiday that half the world knows is Imbolc. And I have a Bridget's Cross woven from reeds that I hold up as a shout out to everyone who may have joined us, who's actually celebrating the other half of the Wheel of the Year, Bridget's Day, Candlemas, Imbolc. So I wish you bright blessings as well. Indeed, this is the harvest time. And in some traditions, the idea is to go out with a ceremonial scythe or sickle and to take the first of the harvest in a sacred way that often is placed on the altar and presented to the divine in ceremony. Sometimes some kind of creature or being, image, sometimes it's the grain goddess in the form of a crone, is formed from the harvested grain and is kept until the time of planting the next year. There are many different traditions about harvest. Some are connected with this first of the grain harvest. Some are connected also with the next harvest festival, fall equinox, or some people call it Mabon, or autumnal equinox. And the last of the harvest festivals is Samhain, also a Celtic fire festival. Some will weave wheat together for charms. And this is an example of one made of some grains at a Green Spirit Festival at Circle Sanctuary Land a number of years ago. Some are more ornate, and indeed, I have seen the folk art of wheat weaving continuing to be passed on through the generations. Seen it at art fairs. It's been really a fabulous thing. What are some of the other symbols that we have connected with this time of year? Clearly, it's a time to connect with the sun and the land. And the festival itself is named after Lugh, or Lu, as some people call this god from the Celtic pantheon. The name Lunasa actually has the god's name connected with Nasad, which means assembly. People would gather at this time, grand gatherings. Indeed, in addition to ceremonies, there was feasting and much revelry. Indeed, all sorts of games happened. In Scotland, a game that sometimes got a bit much and caused some injury, so I'm not suggesting we continue that part of that tradition. People would take the grain that has been brought in and put them in huge towers, and at the top make a little hole where people would put a flag on top. And then people would have rivalries and go into the fields and try to take the flags off the tops of the towers. And obviously things could get a bit too exuberant, but ultimately was my own thinking. I have some Scottish as well as some Welsh and English and Irish and French and Swedish and lots of different strands of ancestry from old Europe that are part of the mix. And through my Scottish ancestry, I have come to know the experience of Highland Games. And throughout the USA and other parts of the world, Highland Games has been a way of keeping alive the culture of keeping ourselves fit and having some fun with some athletic events. But the idea of athletic games at the height of summer is actually something quite old, going back in some early Irish writings. The sacred athletic competitions were part of the celebration of Lunasa, according to a number of sources. At Circle Sanctuary Nature Preserve, part of our community celebrations have included having our own version of games. Now, there's lore connected with the games, and the foster mother, and some traditions say it's the mother of Lugh, cleared land to have agriculture in Ireland. Well, that was a pretty exhausting task, and she died. And Lugh held games to honor his mother, her foster mother. And those games came to be known as Lunasa, the funeral games for his mother. I suspect that underlying that lore is some other lore that the foster mother, the mother figure, actually was a goddess of the land before the Celtic level of culture came to Ireland and some other parts of that part of the world. And in some traditions, the old gods and goddesses show up in lore of the latest wave of spirituality and religion that comes to an area. And you'll find that not only with different pagan traditions, but you'll find some of the old traditions connected with Lunasa carried over into Christian European times. And indeed, Anglo-Saxon traditions began in a pagan way, and then as Christianity came in and those in England who embraced the Saxon way became Christian. I do think the idea of doing the grain harvest and taking some of that first harvest and making a new loaf of bread, taking that bread into the local church as part of Lammas, that's what the loaf mass part of the name. I really do think that's rooted in old pagan times. Indeed, I suspect that those loaves were originally offered to spirits of the land, to goddess and god, and goddesses and gods, depending on the pantheon. But today, we can draw on some of those old traditions and some of these old symbols and customs and weave them into celebrations. In the next part of our time together, I'd like to share with you 5 different dimensions of celebrating Lunasa and Lammas. And we're going to begin with individual, the personal, and then take that out into the larger world across time and space. So for individual celebrations, and this, you can be a solitary practitioner and work with these, or this can be for those of you who not only have your own individual personal practice, but have a household practice and are part of a spiritual community. You can incorporate this into your Lunasa celebrations, because to me, it's important to be able to celebrate on multiple levels. And so we begin with the individual level. you as a soul being, you as a practitioner of nature spirituality. I invite you to share in the chat, if you wish, some ways that you personally celebrate Lunasa or Lammas, just yourself. One of the things that I do is to take a nature walk at this time, to be out in nature, experiencing the beauty of the summer. And from year to year, I've come to notice that different experiences happen. Sometimes the autumn, that's the next turning of the wheel, starts making itself known a bit earlier than other years. Some years at this time, it is extremely hot and sunny. We are right in the height of summertime. And in some cases, we actually have temperatures and the whole experience of getting a hint of fall. So take a nature walk, whether you're in an urban, suburban, small town, or rural area, and observe. What are the sounds? What are the images? What kinds of creatures, if any, do you notice? What kinds of crops, plants are you noticing, and where are they in their growing cycle? In addition to taking a walk in nature and noting the season, another of my favorite celebration approaches involves connecting with the Lammas, the Lunasa sun, to watch the sun as it rises, to celebrate the sun, to give thanks to the sun. Indeed, in some traditions, Lua is the light bringer, is light, is creativity, is linked not only to this holiday, but is linked with the sun, as is the holiday itself. And then at sunset time, also having a chance to celebrate and to observe your connection with the Lammas night. I think as an individual, a good tradition to adopt is what I call the time release Lunasa Lammas, which is to be able to prepare for the celebration over the course of several days and nights, and let the celebration last for several days and nights. And then after you conclude the celebration, taking several days and nights to reflect on your experiences, to journal about it, to meditate on it, to do some dream work with it. This year, 2020, our Celtic Fire Festival of Lunasa coincides with full moon time. So on tonight, or in night, the moon's going to get fuller and fuller. Monday night is when we're having our Lammas Tide full moon circle, and we will be enjoying connecting with each other also through the wonders of cyberspace. We have some more information up at the Circle Sanctuary website if you'd like to see that. So I invite you to go out and take a Lammas Time full moon walk sometime this weekend, or to find a place where you can commune and attune to that. What are some other personal ways, individual ways to celebrate this holiday time? Make an offering to the land. Whether you're an apartment dweller, dwelling in a home, an RV, some other place. Find where you are, connect with the land where you are. If it's your regular home, then honor the spirits of the land of your home. Or if you are visiting somewhere, being able to connect with the spirits of the land wherever you might be. What are some suitable offerings? Pouring some mead, herbal tea, water onto the ground. Often at the base of a large tree is a technique that I've used, and expressing your appreciation to the land and to the planet Earth. That is our, and if there are particular forms of the divine that you work with in your own individual practice, to honor them as well. You might want to honor the vegetation, divine forms as green spirits, green man, green woman, green God, green goddess. Green spirit is kind of a universal term that I tend to use. You may want to call on the Mother Goddess and Father God and their divine unity, if that's part of your tradition. Doing some physical form of offering, as well as singing or speaking as you do this, is something that's quite ancient, but can be very customizable for yourself. In addition to doing this type of celebration on your own, you may want to kindle a fire. Now, during these pandemic times, typically that is needing to do your celebrations in your home. And I think it can be a wonderful thing to have an honoring of your own home space as part of this, and to kindle a candle, or if you have a hearth fire, to do that. So as I'm mentioning home now, we go to the second dimension of celebrating Lammas and Lughnasadh, and that is the dimension of the household celebration. This is a great time to cleanse your home and to bless it. If you already have done home blessing, you may want to do some additional home blessing. You might actually take some bit of grain, make a little corn dolly, hang that above your front door. You might want to have, if there's several of you together, you may all want to do a blessing through the whole home with each of the elements of nature: earth, air, fire, water, spirit. And you may want to have a big celebration after you've done the home blessing. Another thing that you can do as part of the celebration in the household is to do some work with your threshold, to cleanse your threshold, to put a symbol of the season on your front door. I often will put a wreath of ivy leaves, and in the center, a wheat weaving representing the wheel of the year turning to this sacred time. The household, if you are there with other humans, you may want to have your own household ritual and feast, your own party. You may want to make some Lammas food. And indeed, Georgette at our Green Spirit Festival this year did some excellent examples of things that you can create as part of celebrating the holiday. having a feast. And as part of that feast, you and others in your family, your household, honor those sacred forces that have made life possible. You may want to have an altar in your house if you don't already have one, and have it be your household altar. Put some symbols of Lunasa on that altar. I have small bits of grain that I will put in what I call a Sabbath bowl. And that has been a tradition that I keep throughout the year. With each Sabbath, I put a different kind of substance in the bowl. And for Lunasa, it's bits of wheat. For your household, you may also want to do some type of meditation together to connect with the land, to connect with the sacred season, to connect with each other, to connect with the sacred in a universal way and in specific ways according to traditions of those who are in the household. And when we look at the household dimension, if your household has a hearth fire, well, what a thing that you could do. Yes, it's the middle of summer, and chances are you'll have air conditioning on and not really up for a fire, but you can use that hearth, that fireplace, that hearth, and burn a candle there to represent the fire being kindled, the hearth for the home. What we like to do at our home is to be able to have a fire outside. Of course, we live in the country and there's lots of kindling and things available for gathering to make that happen. If you are in a place where you can't have a big bonfire, well, one way of being able to have that sacred fire tradition of this holiday is to get a cauldron or a bowl and put a pillar candle in it and to kindle the fire in that way. And if you're in a place where you really can't have open flames, yes, indeed, they're now battery-operated candles, which is another way of sacred fire with electricity. You might want to get together as the sun rises at Lammas time or as it sets. And as you face the sun, do a chant such as this one. Sacred sun of Lammas, come. Sacred sun of Lammas, come. Sacred sun of harvest, come. And then connecting with the sun, connecting with the blessings that are in your life, the lives of those with you in your household. Another thing I would encourage you and others in your household to consider is another tradition connected with this time of year. Engage in intentional acts of generosity. Indeed, during this pandemic time, many people are struggling economically. And if you do happen to have some financial resources, some food resources, some other resources that you're willing to share with others, there are opportunities to do so. There are food pantries in many different locations, And if you have some food to contribute, it would be good to call up or do some messaging of that source first to find out a safe way to be able to make those contributions. Some places that are helping to combat hunger make it very easy to contribute online to funds to help those who are in need. Indeed, many people in the US and other parts of the world have what's known as food insecurity. And at this time of harvest, as we celebrate harvest, I think we also need to be aware that an old tradition has been to share that harvest, to share that bounty with others. Related with what I call household prosperity magic is to be able to be appreciative of what you have in your home. A ritual for doing that would be to have everyone who's part of the household to sit together and to pass a symbol around. It might be a lit candle, it might be a chalice, some other symbol that would serve as the device to indicate who has the floor and is speaking. And have each person reflect on something that one is thankful for about the home and about each other. And then as the symbol makes its round around the circle, to be able to speak that. And then do some type of chant or group connection at the end. Many of us during the pandemic time are in what are known as pandemic bubbles. That pretty much means you're locked down in your house, or primarily you're staying at home, working from home if that's your particular reality. And then others who are part of the household also are engaged in that way. So being able to celebrate your connections, to deepen your connections, and yes, have some comic relief from the stress of constantly being together can also be a good thing to do as a household, to actually have a time where you can make merry together. Having a feast, having a fire, having a ceremony, and doing something bardic. Sharing stories, having a household time of sharing stories, or you might want to share songs such as in a bardic circle. Well, these are some of the household dimensions of celebrating Lunasa and Lammas. And now I'd like to share with you the spiritual community ways of celebrating this holiday. Well, clearly you're with us either watching live or you're watching later, because one of the great things about doing this online and being able to later have videos available, you can come back and watch again, or if you aren't able to take part in the entire festival, or this is not a good day for you, you can actually continue your celebration once we get these things posted up. So community celebration has been a part of my tradition, as well as my personal way of celebrating Lunasa and my household way. And the community way, I'll share some experiences from the Circle Sanctuary community over time. Yes, we've done our own version of Highland Games and the funeral games of Loose Mother, and we have had a lot of fun with that over the years. We've evolved that over time. Having a huge bonfire has long been a tradition, and we often are kindling that on the main night of the festival. Our community festival, when it's in person, typically goes 3 days. and 2 nights, beginning on a Friday and culminating on a Sunday afternoon. And Saturday night, kind of the culmination of the day's events, we typically go out and have our main ritual and kindle a huge bonfire. Now, in some past times, we've also kindled fires on some of the high places on our land. And indeed, one of the older traditions involving sacred fire in communities for Lunasa has been to go to a high place, the top of the mountain, to go to the top of a hill, and there to be able to kindle a fire as part of a celebration. Indeed, I'm hoping that we'll be able to hold images in our mind of Lunasa fires happening around the planet at this time. Even if they aren't physically there, we can call up the memories of this ancient tradition. A spiritual community also can be a time for sharing information, perspectives, doing education. And I have done different types of Lamas and Lunasa workshops over the years, not only to carry on some old lore and old ways of practicing, but to introduce some new ways and some new possibilities for keeping the holiday alive. And then keeping new traditions emerging. Indeed, how we're celebrating now is part of the much larger celebrations that have been happening for hundreds and hundreds of years. And what's great about spiritual community in cyberspace is we have an opportunity for all of us to gather and connect with us, even though geographically we're quite distant. Another part of spiritual community celebrations that we've had is the Lammas Fair. And this actually goes back to the Middle Ages and most likely prior to that. At this time of year, there were country fairs. People not only got together and marketed their wares, but livestock got bought and sold, and there also were all sorts of social celebrations as part of the fair. And matchmaking tended to happen as people would gather and getting a chance to meet some others and possibly connect with someone you may want to spend your life with. Well, we have done what we call the Lammas Fair in the past as part of our Green Spirit celebrations. We have had a variety of vendors and some craft people, some people that have shops, brick and mortar or online stores. And in fact, right behind me, there is a tapestry from one of our community members who died last year. I want to honor Beckett, also known as Robin On Hold, for her contributions to Circle Sanctuary over the years, and give thanks to her for donating this tapestry and a number of her other things to our center. And it keeps her memory alive, and it keeps on the tradition of interconnectedness across generations. Community, I not only define as those of us who are here incarnate now, but community that is across time and space. We call together at our spiritual community celebrations not only spirits of the land, but ancestors and the divine, calling on the Great Mother, the Great Father, nature spirits, the elementals. It depends on who's facilitating the ceremony as to what the sacred names and forms are. We like to have different ritualists, and they're usually circle sanctuary ministers, do our main ritual, our ritual of opening and our ritual of closing. It gives us a chance to keep alive the tradition of having ritual together, but also having some variations. Some other community celebration approaches have involved fire spinning and fire processions. One year we had mullein stalks and kindled them and lit the sacred fire with. Mullein stalks, also known as witch candles, hag's tapers, Jupiter's rod, all sorts of different names. And so being able to connect with fire in a variety of ways can be spectacular. And we have fire spinners, fire dancers in our community. After our main ritual on Saturday night, there often are a variety of people spinning fire in different shapes and spinning it in hoops and on bars and wands. It's really quite dramatic. And in fact, we're hoping as we grow the YouTube channel for Circle Sanctuary to be able to share some of that, not only from this particular fire festival, but some of the other festivals that we do. And other things that we have done as a community at the Green Spirit Festival, to work for prosperity for individual community members, for the community as a whole, for the land, and for the planet. We had the opportunity back in 2007 to have one of our rituals be filmed as part of doing some education about Wicca and paganism. And this was done by the BBC. And that was the year 2007 when Circle Sanctuary was involved in some legal actions and finally got the pinnacle, the five-pointed star in circle, point up, on the list of emblems that can be included on grave markers issued by the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs. And we did quite a bit of publicity around that and celebrated the success and dedicated grave markers. And that continued to get the word out about not only this religious freedom victory for Wiccans and other pagans, but the fact that nature religion was alive and well, that people were keeping alive these old holidays. And the BBC got wind of that and asked to come. So our closing ritual that year was what I call the Green World Ritual. We held it in our stone circle, and an old friend of mine and a pagan author who was our guest speaker for that event, Eden McCoy, was there to help us with the ceremony. And we called to the sacred directions. We called for blessings of the elements, for clean earth, clean air, clean energy, that's fire, clean water, to celebrate the spirit that connects us all together. And we worked together in ceremony for a more sustainable, healthier planet, for the green world. Well, in sharing that tradition and that experience, that takes us into the fourth dimension of celebrating Lammas and Lunasa. And in a little bit, I will be attending to the Q&A. Thank you all for putting questions in and sharing information and putting in some things you'd like some more information about. So in a little bit, we'll be getting to some Q&A. So now we're into what I call the world community. what do we do in the world community? Well, I think one of the best things we can do, especially if you are active in social media, is to put out some greetings for the holiday. If you've created an altar, if you have created a chant, a ritual, written a poem, you've found something and adapted it for your work, well, share it. Share it to the greater universe. Indeed. Put out on social media, Happy Llamas, Happy Lunasa. I often will make sure for each of these holidays, in addition to calling out the name or names of the one that I'm celebrating here in the Northern Hemisphere, at least one of my posts every year also honors the 6-month difference in the Southern Hemisphere, for indeed we are a global community. So be able to do some Llamas and Lunasa greetings. Do some Facebook live streams if you do that, or some Instagram live streams, or live streams on YouTube. Share some information, share links with articles that are well researched, that you find useful and helpful. The more we share about the holiday, the more we allow information about that and inspiration coming from that to be part of celebrations around the world. And indeed, the nature spirituality realm now is international, with practitioners in more than 200 countries and other places right here on the planet. And one of the great things about social media, and I found this myself in doing our live streams, letting people know about this event, people are able to connect from literally around the planet. And I'm thankful for the chat that allows translation to happen when English isn't the language and I'm live streaming stuff. I'm able to read comments in other languages, and hopefully on the other end, people are able to translate the English I have back into their own language as well. So as we are in the larger world, especially the cyber world right now, we have a real opportunity to take this celebration that began as a Celtic fire festival ages ago and let it evolve as a global holiday, as a time which can converge people of many paths and places. Who are people that celebrate this holiday? Well, certainly those who are Wiccans from different Wiccan traditions. This is one of the 8 Sabbaths, and people that are practicing different pagan paths. Universalist paganism, for example, which blends from many different traditions, as well as specific tribes of paganism. The holiday itself may have many different names, but in addition to pagans celebrating this holiday, there are also people who are Christian that are celebrating it, because this has long been a Christian holiday too, typically going by the name of Lammas. And in more recent decades, it tends to be the Sunday closest to August 1st. In addition to those who are celebrating it in a Christian sense, there are some people who would say that they're spiritual and not religious, and that basically are eclectic in their way of celebrating. So some people who aren't connected with any particular spiritual community or spiritual or religious tradition will weave elements of old customs and contemporary customs into personal practice. And many people have come to celebrate this holiday time as a culture holiday, a folk holiday. Indeed, there was a Broadway play, Dancing at Lunasa, that has made the rounds in recent years. And so the holiday name, the old Celtic name, is continuing to get known and celebrated. You don't have to be of Celtic heritage to celebrate this holiday. And in fact, I have a number of different Celtic strands in my own ancestral heritage, but I'm a real patchwork quilt of ancestral heritages. And what I endeavor to do is be able to go deep into particular traditions. I've been learning Welsh because I'm part Welsh, and also looking into Scots Gaelic and connecting with some old traditions as part of my learnings for not only Lunasa, but the whole Celtic 4 holiday sequence. So as we look at going into the world, I would invite you sometime this weekend, if it feels right for you to do so, to let yourself put some form of Lunasa or Lammas or Height of Summer or Green Spirit celebration out into the larger world, to be part of the celebration that's happening across cultures, across languages, across the generations, across faith traditions, across national boundaries. It's one of the real magical things about being able to work with ourselves as a world community through cyberspace and inner space. In fact, I invite you now in the next few moments to join me in a short meditation to connect with the celebration around the world. And I'm going to play a singing bowl I got many years ago. It came originally from Japan. And in my interreligious travels, I've taken it around with me. And I invite you, wherever you may be, to sing this note or to tune into it as you connect with the divine according to your own tradition. And then imagine yourself surrounded with a radiant light, a circle of light around you. As you summon the power of Lunasa, its sacred time, into yourself and into your circle. Spirit of Lunasa within me, Spirit of Lunasa within me, Spirit of Lunasa within me. And as you reflect, imagine that rays of light are starting to emanate from your own sacred circle. And you shift your perspective. Imagine that you are flying high above where you are seated in your circle of light. And you are able to see circles of light of others taking part in this celebration that are joining in the Green Spirit 2020 virtual celebration right now. Imagine these rays of light connecting circles around the planet, and let your envisioning expand further to also include circles of light for everyone celebrating this sacred time. And so in the Northern Hemisphere, you see groups and individuals celebrating in their homes, out in parks, other places, and in the southern hemisphere, also let those rays of light bring forward images of circles of light of people celebrating Bridget's time in the southern hemisphere. And then as you see these circles of light interconnecting, imagine a great radiance forming around the planet as a whole. Lunasa, healing around us. Lunasa, healing around us. Lunasa, healing around us. And imagine the light pulsating, and in a way that works for you, join me and others in pulsating a healing light that dispels COVID-19 virus, sends it off to some other dimension where it's not harming humans and others here on this planet, let it dissipate, disappear. Put out the intention with your attention that we humans are working together for many traditions, collaborating, connecting for a healthier planet, not only to help humankind, which is endeavoring to move through this pandemic time, but let that pulsating light that you've been envisioning around planet Earth bring for another layer of healing, a deeper level of healing, that of harmony and well-being among humans and with humans and the rest of the natural world. Healing and wellness to planet Earth. Healing and wellness to planet Earth. Healing and wellness to planet Earth. So mote it be. And now, as we shift from a meditative working for a healthier planet here at this sacred time, let us go to the fifth dimension of celebrating Lunasa and Lammas. I actually gave a foreshadowing of this. And this is what I call the Across the Generations celebration. Indeed, how we are celebrating this holiday now and in the next few years to come, we are contributing to this sacred holiday celebration across time, across places. We are laying the groundwork for this holiday to continue to be celebrated in times to come. In fact, I'd invite you for a few moments to use your imagination and project humankind 100 years from now. It is my hope that our planet will be sustained and thriving and in a good space, and we will have worked through the climate change chaos and come up with good ways for all of us humans to be together and to be in better harmony with the rest of the natural world. So let us go 100 years into the future and let us imagine ourselves having a celebration here on planet Earth But there are places where humans are now living off planet. Wow. Imagine people, people yet to come, yet to be born, celebrating these holidays in different environments in our solar system. What would that be like? Whether it's the International Space Station, or if indeed we do have an encampment on the moon or on Mars. And yes, I think it is great that we had a Mars launch at this Lunasa time. Imagine people of the future gathering and celebrating this holiday. And imagine they're telling stories, legends of how the holiday went through some transformations in 2020 due to the pandemic. That, yes, indeed, people found ways of being able to connect in spiritual community with each other in cyberspace and through imagination. Imagine celebrants 100 years from now creating new chants, working with old chants in new ways. And as you are calling up that in your imagination, if you have any particular things that pop up that you'd like to share, I invite you to put them in the Q&A. Well, what I'd like to do now is start taking a look at some of the comments that have come in. And the words for Lammas Round. Now is the time when the harvest starts again. So sing and dance until night ends, praising the powers on whom we depend. And I'm putting it in the chat right now. And as I'm doing that, if you have other questions or comments, I invite you to do that. And then Deb is asking, how would you best combine Lunasa with a full moon ritual? Or would it be best to do two different rituals a few days apart, tonight and Monday for the full moon? Well, thank you for asking that question. I'm of the belief that it is good to do multiple ceremonies. And today we have our culmination of our Green Spirit Festival. We will have a Lunasa ceremony in this very festival, and I give thanks to Reverend Georgette and Bob Paxton for not only coordinating the festival, but helping us celebrate with ritual. But I also am going to be celebrating tomorrow with a podcast, Plant Spirits Lunasa Rite. It's a ceremony I did on Circle Craft Study at Lunasa time. I believe it was 2013, and it's going to be rebroadcast with our new internet radio network, CSNP, Circle Sanctuary Network podcast, on Sunday, August 2nd at 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you want another facilitated ceremony for this time of year, yes, I'm doing one by virtue of internet radio technology and podcasting tomorrow. And on Monday, I'm doing a Lammas full moon ritual. And I do full moon rituals with some people from the Circle Sanctuary community every month. And because this particular holiday time coincided with full moon, it seemed really fabulous to be able to have the Lunasa and Lammas theme be the focus of our full moon. So if you are interested in joining me and others, you can send us, sign up at the Circle Sanctuary website. Be sure to get your request in by noon on Monday, earlier if you can, and we'll send out information about it, more details. Indeed, if you aren't sure yet whether you want to join us, well, you can tune in to the Circle Sanctuary Community Facebook page on Monday night at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time, and we will be live streaming it there. So to answer your question, Deb, I like to do a series of rituals and the 5 levels of celebrating Lammas and Lunasa. I have something for each of those in my own personal practice. I have my personal work, and often it takes the form of doing a meditation, greeting the rising sun, doing some chants. I did some chant crafting last night as part of Lammas night time. And I also plan to be celebrating the full moon with our full moon circle on Monday night. And because the full moon actually appears full for multiple nights, on Tuesday night, I'll be also doing a full moon ritual celebrating this time, but it will be a household ceremony for myself and my husband. So thank you for that question. And I am glad for your comment, Deb, and I'm making my way through here. Emily, Spirit Dancer, thank you. You got a seasonal harvest feast with everything made from scratch. That is so fabulous. And yes, doing some sun or harvest magic crafting is excellent. Some people will put things up at this time, and all sorts of preserves, and will can things and freeze things. I start doing my herb harvesting in my gardens at my house at this time. And I do think it's fabulous to have a celebration as harvest is beginning. And one of the reasons that people did harvest ceremonies at the start of harvest was to help assure a bountiful harvest, focusing community attention to that, putting forth prayers for the divine, and really hoping that the harvest not only will be good, but it would be safely brought in and stored well. Indeed, in days before refrigeration and all of the electricity and some of the conveniences we have now, how your harvest turned out really would impact how you would be living, you and others, not only your household, but your community. And I see that we have a sharing of making 2 loaves of zucchini bread. Well, and I think making bread at this time of year is a fabulous way to go. And yes, some of the traditions with this holiday have evolved, including with the Circle Sanctuary community. A number of community members discovered they were gluten intolerant. So at our big Lammas feast, we will have the gluten stuff for people that can eat it, the alternatives for those who don't do well with gluten. In our ceremonies, we often would be sharing some food, going around the circle. Obviously, during a pandemic time, that tradition isn't going to be implemented, but essentially being able to have things to be shared within community, ritually in a ceremony and at a feast can be fabulous. And we try to have a number of things that are shared so that hopefully it fits everybody's dietary preference. Some other things that you might consider doing at this time of year is to go to a virtual county fair, and then post-pandemic, actually go to a county fair in your area. The county fairs that are widespread across America over the last several hundred years actually have their roots in the Lammas fairs of medieval time and before. And it's wonderful. Sometimes it's art fairs, often there are games, there's feasting, there's music. It's a way to actually get out and celebrate the season. It might not be called Lunasa, probably isn't even called Lammas. I used to live in a place near Madison, Wisconsin called Sun Prairie, and I found it really interesting that that farming community celebrated two of the Celtic fire festivals. Indeed, the ones that are not as much known about as Beltane and Samhain, we're talking about Imbolc and Lunasa. Groundhog's Day, beginning of February, yes, there was the whole looking to see if the groundhog would see its shadow. And then we had, for our Lunasa, something called the Sun Prairie Corn Festival. Yes, it's corn in the maize form of it, rather than corn in the wheat form. And having been part of those celebrations, I am pretty convinced that part of how they got hardwired into Sun Prairie as a community's traditions has come from the fact that some people with Celtic heritage settled that part of Wisconsin many, many years ago. And I'm looking at some more comments here, and I see Vanessa. I see people of all races having huge Sabbath festivals and getting back to nature and community roots. I agree. I think that is a really wonderful thing to be able to envision and to connect with. And I'm thankful to all of you who've been putting some things in the chat. And what I'd like to do in the last few minutes before we go into our next part of our festival is share with you a chant for the holiday. Lammas Day and Lammas Night, blazing fire, blessings bright. Lammas Day, Lammas Night, harvest magic and sacred rite. Lammas Day and Lammas Night, blazing fire for blessings bright. Lammas Day, Lammas Night, harvest magic and sacred rite. So a few closing words. Thank you all who are watching live and who are watching later for helping us take our Green Spirit Festival into cyberspace this year. It is my hope that some ideas that have come forth in this workshop will help you not only continue your celebration this year, but be something to help inspire you in times to come. And as I'm preparing to depart and let the next part come forth, I invite any of you who wish to give some feedback into the Q&A. Don't have to ask a question, you can just put some feedback in there. What is something that you take from this workshop into your own celebration of this sacred time? And if you wish, I invite you to put it in the chat, or if you prefer, you can send an email to me, Selena, SELENA, at circlesanctuary.org. So let's take a few moments now. Reflect on ourselves and in our own circle of light, in our own place where we're watching. We give thanks to the divine that we have called and we've worked with. We take some of that light into ourselves to brighten our day and illuminate our night at this magical time. And we call to mind the 5 dimensions of celebrating Lunasa and Lammas. Individual, something personal that we do, just ourselves, as part of celebrating this. It's a powerful time to reflect on what's working and what's not working in your life, and to call to mind guidance for dispelling what's not working and enhancing what is. And let us call to mind our household, and whether we live with other humans or creatures or houseplants and nature spirits, ancestral spirits, let us spend a few moments now and be thankful for our home and our household. And if you haven't already done so, you may want to consider having some symbol of Lunasa visible in your household as part of your celebration. And you may wish to do some kind of offering of grain or some kind of fluid, juice, tea, water, mead, wine, beer, a lot of different choices to the land. And then spend a few moments calling to mind spiritual community. Spiritual communities you've connected with before as part of this holiday celebration. Being thankful for them. And thankful for being part of the spiritual community that has converged in this way through Circle Sanctuary's Green Spirit Festival. So we give thanks to community. And now we give thanks for planet Earth, our home, and that great web of life and light around it. And may we be part of solutions and not pollutions as we go into this next turning of the wheel. And finally, the 5th dimension, that of being part of the celebration across the centuries, across time, across cultures, with a look to the future and knowing how we celebrate today and how we encourage others to celebrate who share our viewpoints and resonate with these sacred ways, how we are laying the groundwork to continue this resonance with nature. Green Spirit blessings upon you. Green Spirit blessings around you. Green Spirit blessings within you. Green Spirit blessings now and in times to come. So be it. Thank you all for being part of this celebrating Lunasa and Lammas. And if you'd like more information, I invite you to connect with me on Facebook, Selena Fox Updates, and on Instagram and Twitter. And yes, I have a YouTube site that I'm going to put some chants up later today if all goes well. And be sure to check out Circle Sanctuary, www.circlesanctuary.org. We're on Twitter and Instagram. We have a YouTube channel also, as well as Facebook, Circle Sanctuary Community. Many blessings, and thanks again to all of you for being part of our celebration.
And thank you so much, Selena, for joining us today. Coming up next at 2:30 is a pre-recorded nature walk that I'll be offering. And that will be a nature walk out at Circle Sanctuary Land proper. For a few moments here, let's reflect at the stream bank at Circle Sanctuary. Howdy folks, it's Bob Paxton, and here's our Green Spirit Nature Walk. I'm out at Circle about 2 weeks before Green Spirit, so middle of July. The vegetation that you'll see is largely the same that you would see at Green Spirit. You know, give or take a couple of weeks. It's not really all that different, but yeah, let's talk a little bit about the land and what it is and what it is not. Circle Sanctuary is 200 acres. Used to be a dairy farm, as you may have guessed from the farmhouse and the barn. Circle acquired the land in the early 80s. The history around that is kind of interesting. You know, you think of Wisconsin as the dairy state, and the big reason was, in the beginning, what was happening down here in the southwestern corner, the driftless region of the state. You know, early on in Wisconsin's history, you could do just fine as a dairy farmer on land like this. You didn't need a lot of machinery or, you know, advanced infrastructure to pull off having a reasonable dairy operation. By the 70s and 80s, early 80s, those of you who were paying attention to the news at that point probably heard about the dairy crisis. The dairy crisis was really where the model of these small family-owned farms with cattle pasturing, you know, kind of off here and there, became ineffective. It didn't, you know, it couldn't compete anymore with the larger mechanized operations. So this land had lain fallow for a few years. House was in disrepair, the barn was marginal, and at the time that Circle was looking to move into having a permanent place of its own, it just so happened that land like this was available for a song. So that's one part of the thing, right? It's a nature preserve. And over the 40 years that Circle has held the land, our understanding of what nature preserve means has evolved greatly. In the beginning, for a good long while, the idea was, well, you just let nature do what nature's gonna do. You don't, you know, you don't go out of your way to disturb things. You don't cut trees. You don't seed things. You don't really change the nature of any of these spaces. And that worked out all right for a couple decades, for reasons that nobody really understood, which was that you can do that just fine if you're coming off of a stretch where land had been tended and the natural flora, you know, had been suppressed to some degree, which I know is counterintuitive, but here's the thing. Before the European invasion, Circle, this land, this region, was what they called a fire ecology. For several thousand years, the best estimate I've seen is about 6,000 years, the Native Americans deliberately and frequently set understory fires, which were not intense enough to, you know, go up into the crowns of trees and really burn those down, but did keep the land fairly open underneath. And in doing so,
there was a balance that was created over those millennia of, between the plants and the native animals. A lot of this was just prairie land. And I shouldn't say just prairie land, because prairies are fantastically diverse. And we've got a fair amount of restored prairie here on the land that, maybe we'll get up to. Depends how much time I spend talking. So, when the European invasion happened, one of the first major changes that took place was fire suppression. People did not burn the land the way they used to. So those thousands of years of history, of habits, you could say, that the land had developed, that was suddenly broken. And as a consequence, things got a little out of balance. And we see some of that here. For example, let me just kind of reach out here. This is grapevine. It's native to the area. It's not an unexpected thing to find here. The thing about grapevine, though, is that it will climb and kill whatever tree happens to be unfortunate enough to act as scaffolding for it. And you can see that up here a little bit. Send fire through, the grapevine just kind of keeps, down to a reasonable balanced level. Don't send fire through, or don't do work to actively push back on it, and you get these grand thickets that aren't really much good to anything. Neither people nor animals can really do much with it. It's, victory for grapevines at the cost of everything else. So that's one part of it. The other part is that as the European invasion continued, we brought certain plants that didn't really belong here and didn't really have anything to natively keep it in check. And I'll point out some of that as we get a little bit closer to it. Here we go. This stuff right here. This is multiflora rose. Yes, it does. It is a true rose. It makes lovely flowers. The birds just adore it. It's great, but it was put here in the 30s by the USDA as a means of making natural hedges. And then we discovered, much to our chagrin, that it doesn't stay put. The birds will eat the rose hips and liberally distribute the seeds here, there, and everywhere. And you can see a little bit, not real closely, but you can see a bit of the thorns. As these really grow up, they create impenetrable thickets of just unsuitable space that nothing else that should be living here can grow in. And then let's also be realistic. Circle is, in addition to a nature preserve, a functioning pagan church. And if you've seen pagans going around at festival, we like our flowy skirts and our sarongs and our kilts. And this is no damn good when you've got flowy skirts and sarongs and kilts. So this is something that we actively have to suppress in order to maintain some balance. Fire helps with that. This is one of my favorite little quieter spots down here at Circle. The stream, if you've seen or know about Brigid Spring, really all of the streams, all of the springs at Circle, all of the land drains down into this. And where, you may ask, does this go? This joins other streams in the vicinity, and about 15 miles north of here winds up in the Wisconsin River between Mazomanie and Spring Green, and from there down to the Mississippi, and from the Mississippi down to the Gulf of Mexico. So the next time you find yourself up here and dipping your hand in the stream, just know that this water is joining all of the waters of this whole region and going down to the sea. There is a direct link from the sea all the way up here. Oh, hi, Bun Bun. Don't mind me. We're cool. And here we're at the edge, one edge of Circle's wetland. It's a deliberate choice that we've made to keep this wetland. You probably heard the water rushing back here. We actually have a little masonry step and gate to keep the water up at a certain degree to always keep this wet. We could drain it and we would lose tremendous diversity and ecological value if we did so. You can't overstate how much value a wetland provides to everything around it. Among other things, you can't really keep gnats and thereby keep the insects down without having some wetland and constant water for them. So here's another one of these problematic species. These are the upper tendrils of groundnut. It is a genuine tuber. It's native to the area. I understand they're pretty tasty. They're sort of between a potato and more of a nutty peanut flavor. They were very important to the Native Americans as a protein source. And if left unchecked, you see they do the same viney thing the grapevines do and really bring everything else around it low. We have a tamarack grove up off that away that we're constantly pushing back the groundnut with. Milkweed, Queen Anne's Lake.
We are farmers, bum 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 bum. We are.
It's all willows over here. There's that Angelica I was thinking about right here. Yeah, this stuff. So this is a native. It's a very fragile plant, really. This is not, the stem is hollow, not very strong. I just adore it. It's one of those things I don't have a great reason to, you know, it's just sort of a, you know, wetland sort of thing, but gosh, I just love Angelica. here before. So these are true blackberries that are not yet ready to go by a few weeks, as opposed to the black raspberries or black caps that peaked about 2 weeks ago. Now, both of them grow in similar locations on the edges of clearings. And here we see the tamaracks. These were planted here over the span of some years. We've got probably 20 of them scattered around through here. They are native. They are not well suited to fire, but that's okay. Not everything has to burn. We've been keeping this mown. Must have flushed out a deer there. We're keeping this mown for good reason. Even though, you know, there is this plague and we're not having events out on the land. Part of it is that if you don't, it will overgrow and you're going to have to work that much harder to bring it back. Part of it is that being in a, you know, an old dairy farm in, you know, rural Wisconsin, if it looks derelict, random kids or passersby will tend to treat it accordingly. And part of it is that we've put in too much work over the years to just retreat and let it all come undone. There are a lot of these rock faces here at Circle. Go far enough back, and this was the floor of an ocean. The main stone under things is calcite. And you'll see these different colors in here. You'll have some red iron. You'll have some, well, that green is lichen. If you look up further there to the greener area, there's some copper deposits. And then you've got the darker brown, which gets into manganese. This is one of my favorite little spaces on the land. Doesn't see a lot of use, or visitation rather. It's not hard to get to if you are sufficiently interested and capable of walking just a little bit off of the mown path. bones of the earth. This is why we want you here, folks. We want you to experience this. We want you to call to your gods and goddesses as they manifest in this. The day will come soon when you can come do this again. Here are some of the finest old oaks on the land up this hill. These are older than the time the Europeans were here. Likely enough, older than the United States. We're going to keep them. That's why we're here. And just to help you orient here, we came from off that away, so the main road to come in is over there. The stream is all down here and along out the land. The other side of the stream, where you see things kind of open up, that's Meadowvale. That's the camping area. We are right now a little past the big round festival circle. Just to orient you, none of this stuff is very far away if you take a little bit of time and just walk into the woods to come get it. Oh man. So this is what I mean about the grapevine. This is a fine old oak that the grapevine has choked and choked and choked. Yeah, there we go. Another one of those things I adore. This time of year, that whole hillside is full of coneflowers, black-eyed Susans. The stand of aspen up there doing its thing. Fun fact, when you see aspen like this, it's clustered all together, it's one organism. Genetically, it's all one thing. We refer to them as aspen clones. It's one of those early harbingers of the forest to come. Comes up first when there's been a major disruption of the land. As trees goes, they're oh, hi there. They're not particularly long-lived, but they fulfill their niche. They provide important ground cover and habitat to get going early. Well, all right, so this is where we're going to leave off for this segment of the Nature Walk. I'm going to head back and put a battery in the camera and head out down the other side of the stream off that away. And these are morning glories, which I like them. They don't belong. They too are invasive, but they're not extremely invasive. They do the viney thing, but they tend not to choke everything around it. Not every invasive is bad. Or rather, not every invasive poses a problem that we have to do something about right now or this year or this decade. Now here, this guy here, that is wild parsnip. It has a compound in its sap that if you get it on your skin and there's sunlight exposure, will give you the worst and longest lasting burn. It is just unbelievably painful and will often leave a permanent mark. That's an invasive that we do our level best to keep under control. That's pretty terrible stuff. There's the remnants of a bridge that should be about 50 yards up the stream that way. We've got our bright ideas, and the stream has its own. Right, here we are on the second portion of the Nature Walk. Now that I've got a fresh battery. And to orient you, where we went prior was down and around and across some ways out, all on that opposite side. See that hill up there? That's where that stone outcropping was that we went up to. This is all camping space up here. There are some flat areas cut in. Interesting idea to point out to you folks. So there's an idea in geology called angle of repose. And the angle of repose is for any given soil or rock or combination of earths, there is a steepness past which it can't sustain. It will over time erode and shift down to be a little bit flatter until it makes that angle of repose. This area over here we cut back a little while ago to get some fill for another project and also to push parking space back. And you see how it's kind of collapsed, cracked in right here? This excavation exceeded the angle of repose for this mixture of these loamy clay soils with the included stones. You can increase angle of repose by planting ground cover on it. That's, reducing erosion. You can do it mechanically with mats and that sort of thing. Or if you're folks like us who have other things to do, and just wait and let it sort itself out. Another nice stand of sumacs here. Ooh, nice big turkey feather. Check this out. Ah, and I'm going to keep that one with me. We have a fair number of wild turkeys here at Circle. They can fly, by the way, they just don't really want to. And here's the old Selena van. And this hickory is sorely vexed by grapevine too. So there's a little something we're going to want to fix, because hickory and oak are two species we are definitely biased toward out here. This section over here on this side, from this road down, is what we call Unit 4, or the Dennis Presser Memorial Oak Savanna. Oak Savanna is one of the small native systems that belongs in this area, consisting of widely spaced oaks, like you see here, with relatively low ground cover beneath it. There are species that grow here and birds that will nest here that you don't find anywhere else on the land. They really need this kind of lightly wooded habitat. One of the things about being spiritually rooted in a place like this is, a lot of pagan folk will become attached to a specific spot or a specific tree or what have you, and when they can't go there anymore or the tree falls down, it's a big deal. The nice thing about a piece of land like this is, if you find yourself attached to a fine old oak and something happens to it, Walk 20, 30 yards and there's another. The spirit of oak, the essence of oakness is plenty easy to find. And what we're looking at down here is the spiral labyrinth. This has been here for 11, 12 years. We keep it up because we need you to know that when you come back here, this will be here waiting for you. If you look up and across where I was up in that field of black-eyed Susans, that's all just right up there. That's where all of that was that I was walking. And here we're getting to the prairie. Some of what's in this prairie is remnant from when, it was, pre-European. The section up here is largely new and reseeded. There was a project around, I think, 99 that it began to, where we put down black plastic for a couple of years to suppress everything that was there, all of the European pasture grasses. And then we reseeded it with, some stuff that was purchased and some stuff that came from remnant prairies elsewhere here in southwestern Wisconsin. And we've, over time, seeded some of that out into here as well. So here we've got your purple coneflower, Echinacea. This is native, it belongs. Turkey vulture. And here we've got some of the, this is a silphium, I'm not sure which one. It could be prairie dock, it could be, well, probably not compass plant. We do have a reasonable, we've got 3 or 4 different silphiums here on the land, and these are really historically significant. They, you've really kind of arrived as a prairie if you've got a self-sustaining population of those. Aldo Leopold, St. Aldo, was very, very fond of silphiums. And Stone Circle is up there. You go down and over the other side of the saddle, that's the cremains part of the cemetery, and that clearing is the full body part of the cemetery, all up across there. Circle owns a fully permitted green cemetery. We've been doing that for a good period of time. We need to care for every phase of life, and having a place up the hill that we can go when that time comes is, we believe, very important to pagan society. So yeah, when we talk about the prairie around Circle, this This is what we're talking about. This section here and this grand field here. Seems quiet and peaceful, but it's a very, very busy place. The wild indigo has gone to seed already, and now it's just in its later vegetative state. I should remember who these guys are, but I don't. All right. And here we're heading into Cernunnos Glen. It's one of the finer oak stands we've got on the land. Those of you who know me or follow me on Facebook know I'm not really much for speculating beyond the evidence or, you know, talking about the divine in grand terms. I'm not really much of a theist by nature. But I will tell you, the Cernunnos I've met there is as real to me as the trees. And the Brigid that I've met down at Brigid Spring is as real to me as the sand and the bubbling water. Which is not to say I expect you to think the same way. But I will say that if you're looking for something to get in touch with, you could do a lot worse than to find yourself a place like this and still yourself and wait to see what comes naturally. Another reason we keep these lanes mown as fire breaks, because we do prescribed fire across this whole open section. That is an important part of keeping this in the pre-European invasion balance. The thing about restoration, you once you dig far enough into it, you realize that you're not really looking for a single gold standard, what should nature be, you're really finding yourself choosing which nature you want to be where. We have a lot of blackberries this year. Well, some of them are almost there. How are we doing with this one? No, not yet. I wish I could describe to you how amazing it smells right here. It's just so rich and full of life. Up that path is Transformation Ridge. It's a pretty hefty hike in and around and up to the top there. I'm not going to take you in there right now. It's been we went through some efforts a couple years ago to open a road into there, and ran out of time that season, and haven't really come back to it. We'll get there someday. As thickly wooded as this is, the ridge is kind of best in the springtime, before things have really blossomed out. This is tick trefoil here. Pretty little flowers. They get kind of irritating late in the season. They form these little green pods that, as you walk past them, will stick to you just unbelievably tenaciously. They're native. They've got their place. By the way, everything you've been looking at here, all of this is all Circle Land, and it's not all of Circle Land by any means. It extends quite some distance off that away and all across here. And certainly up that slope and over and out. Now here's some good stuff here. Just to orient you, we're at the far corner of the prairie. The stream is there. Here's this crabapple tree. For reasons I do not understand, there's a no parking sign. This is still Circle Land, I hasten to remind you. This is one of my favorite little hidey holes on the land. The land does extend some distance off that way yet. And a good distance up there, and modestly up there as well. Keep going far enough and there, you'll run into the fence line, and that's roughly where the land ends. This is a good, quiet, remote place. Got some thunder off in the distance. That's all right. We'll be back well before that shows up. Okay. And here we are back at that corner of the prairie. Word of warning, if you find yourself out here, there is barbed wire still strung there that we've never managed to get out. It's very steep. So this right here is not really the place you want to be heading downhill to get into the spring or the stream. Some angelica past its bloom. That way is north, just to orient yourself. I know this because I have a cell phone that will tell me this. Out here in the prairie, the soil type is considered a silty loam. It is fantastically fertile stuff, and it tends to stay put. It's a little bit sticky, but gosh, just wonderful, wonderful earth. There are other places on the land where we have clay deposits, especially along the stream and up toward the house. And then as you get toward the top of some of these ridges, you get into more sandy soils. Just to orient yourself, the stone circle is up there. The cemetery is kind of off over there. And we went all the way around to here. Back this way where we're headed is down Meadowvale past the Spiral Labyrinth and through the camping area that many of you have had the pleasure of camping in at festivals in years gone past. And we'll have the pleasure of camping in years to come. Rest you assured of that. Yeah, definitely storm coming. There's the entrance to the Spiral Labyrinth. We're just going to go all the way around it here, because with that storm coming, I don't really want to spend extra time going view, view, view in just to go view, view, view back out. Orient yourself again. Up there is that ridge with the rock outcropping that we stopped at early on. Up there is Stone Circle, and behind that the cemetery. Out there is the prairie. You can see the barn here. Brigid Spring is just around the corner, with the fire circle on the other side of the stream up there. We've done some work this year on opening up the understory around Brigid Spring and taking down dead trees and getting the ground nut off those tamaracks, and, you know, just keeping it a nice place to go to. Here's where the big ritual circle bonfire typically is. Plenty of brush and wood across here for next year's fires. Sorry about disturbing you. Oh, there's another damn groundhog. All right, and here we are back at the Maypole, and thank you for joining me on this nature walk, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the programming for today, and feel free to come back and rewatch this on Circle Sanctuary's YouTube channel for as many years to come as you'd like. Take care, folks.
sanctuary. As we prepare our bodies and minds and space for ritual, let the vibrations of this singing bowl clear your mind and clear the space of all negativity. As the last vibrations of the bowl sing through the hills, we feel prepared and ready to begin. We'll start by casting the circle. From where you are, envision your energy tunneling down through the center of the earth to its molten core. Send your consciousness down through the soil, into the earth, and let it blossom outward and upward, rising up through the land, up around your body, up into the sky, building a crystalline globe around you where you are. Let this globe of protection reach all the way to the apex of the heavens, where it seals itself, and your circle is cast. Blessed be.
Blessed be.
And now we begin by welcoming the directions in the east.
We call to the east. We call to the powers of air. We call to the spirit of communication, which brings us together, although we are apart. May our communication be clear and strong and vigorous and healthy. So mote it be.
So mote it be. Welcome east. We turn to the south, where we call the watchtowers of fire. You who burn in our bodies and our blood, you who fuel our passions, you who heats us from the sun in the sky, and you who warms the land. Join us in our circle. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Welcome south.
And we call to the west, to the blessed cleansing waters, to the waters that run pure in this place, to the waters of this place that travel down to the Wisconsin, to the Mississippi, to the Gulf of Mexico, to join the one great ocean. We call to you in the spirit of emotion, of love, of peace. Bring to us your cleansing powers. So mote it be.
So mote it be. Welcome west. We turn finally to the north and welcome the earth. You who are strong beneath our feet, you who nourishes us, you who provides us our health, you who builds our bones, the very foundations of our existence. Join us in our circle today and be welcome. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Welcome, earth. And now we welcome the masculine divine.
We call to the bright spark of spirit of the sky. We call to the healthy masculinity. We call to that spirit that nurtures.
We call to that spirit that walks the land in peace. We call now to Cernunnos. We call now to the horned god that lives within the forest and who seeks no mastery. Welcome.
Welcome. We call also to the mother, the great goddess in your guise as Mother Earth, as Gaia, the greening, lush, and ripe woman of all. You who birthed us, you who shall take us at the end of existence. You who nourish us and feed us and teach us. Join us in our circle today. We welcome you, Goddess.
Welcome.
Welcome. Welcome to Circle Sanctuary. My name is Reverend Georgette Paxton, and this is my spouse, Reverend Bob Paxton. We're ministers with Circle Sanctuary, and we're here at the bonfire area at Circle, on Circle's land, which is our spiritual home, which, as you can see, is thriving.
This place was once a farm. This place now grows spirit. It is rich in soil, it is rich in water, and it is rich in spirit. It welcomes you.
On our journey here, we've seen the fullness of the fields, corn stalks standing proud, opening their leaves like arms, welcoming the summer days. Cicadas are buzzing from places unseen, as you can probably hear right now. In the summer air, our skin is hot and sweat is beating. Trees have become luxuriously leafed, and their shade's a sanctuary. We are in a time of bounty, springing out of the earth that we as pagans work hard to cultivate and protect and harvest and preserve. We taste newly ripened fruit and are fed with the grain and the produce from the land. We honor our planet, and we respect our environment. Though we make no apologies for ensuring that we and ours thrive, it's not about just us and our own, but we also take care of others. Lammas, or Lughnasadh, is when we gather in the first crops of the year, symbolizing the divine lore of the success of the power raised at Beltane when the sacred marriage took place, the increase and the planting of the seed in the womb of the goddess. And now as the god sees that we're fed, he steps away and sacrifices himself that we may live. We honor the god of the harvest, the corn king. And now in this sacred place and sacred time, we'll prepare ourselves for the working with representations of earth and water, salt and water from Circle Spring. We'll asperge our working space to cleanse it. With representations of fire and air. With the smoke of the incense representing air, along with this turkey feather gathered from Circle land, and the heat of the flame representing fire. We cleanse the space for our magical work. And now that our space is cleansed and prepared, we may begin our work. Though in our modern time, we don't often harvest our own foods, this doesn't negate any of this time of Thanksgiving and sharing. We share not only physical subsistence, but we also share knowledge and spiritual growth. The energy we each put into the wheel of our lives intersects with the life wheels of everyone around us, like gears in a refined organic machine. The sun itself is the divine symbol of the transmutation of energy. Light does not die. It merely changes to another form as it fuels the proliferation of life. until full fruition. Thus we're fed by that which we've exerted our will upon, changed and harvested. We'll now perform a working together across the miles. If you've got a candle with you, don't light it yet, but have it nearby. And we have before us a sun wheel representing the divine energy of the sun's heat. We also have local sweet corn representing the Corn King and his sacrifice. So now as Bob plays his drum, I will take leaves of the sweet corn from the husks and weave them into the sun wheel. In your mind's eye, as I do this, as you see the images of the leaves on your screen weaving into the wheel, use your mind and your spirit to choose a leaf or several leaves that are your own and cast into those leaves your promises to yourself and to the divine. How will you do the tending and the work to make this a time of plenty in your life? How will you reap the joy in your home and in your relationships? How will you share your excess bounty with those that you care about, that their lives may be made fuller? Think of those things, and across the miles, cast your intent into the husks woven into this sun wheel. we have the representation of the sun and its divine transmutation of energy as your intentions have been woven into it. The husks will burn away and we're left with the fruit, abundant sustenance. So now as the bonfire is kindled and the sun wheel is set alight, light your own candle at home. As you light your candle, its flame connects its energy to the flames of the candles of other community members from their homes, creating an energetic web. As your flame rises, reflect on gratitude for the gifts you have harvested so far, remembering that this is only the first harvest of many. And so your sacred intentions are returned to the sky in flame, that they may transform into reality. Though the husks have withered and the sun god symbol consumed in the fire, still he lives, divinity transformed by light and heat to the grain god that feeds us. As the circle fire burns, gaze upon its image before you as we share this guided meditation. Settle into a comfortable place in your home. Push all cares from your mind and take 3 deep breaths. 1, 2, 3. And close your eyes. All is quiet. You're in darkness and comfortable with only natural sounds around you. Let your mind carry you along as this imagery unfolds. Your consciousness feels as if it's in a tiny room. Your body is compact, curled up. In your mind's eye, you reach out your hand and touch a wall. No, it's a hard, cool shell. You're a seed. How does it feel to be enclosed in this shell? Are you anxious to break out of it? Or are you comfortable right where you are? How does your body feel? Are you cool or warm? Is the inside of your shell soft and smooth or dry and hard? You're that which will become a plant. Briefly, you feel emotion and a shifting of your safe little shell. Someone has placed you in the soil. You've been planted. After this disturbance, you wait to see what happens next. After a time, you feel the walls of your shell becoming moist and loose, and you reach out your hand and find that you can push right through your shell. You reach out your other hand. You push up your head firmly up, through the soft, giving wall that was your home. The world outside your shell is dark still, but moist and warm. This is the embrace of the earth. Revel in the sensations that come to you as you reach deeper out into the soil. How does it feel on your body? What yearnings do you have as your limbs stretch? In this inner vision, you continue to push your body upwards, but your leg stays within the shell, for you don't know what's coming up and you need to be anchored to your safe place. But you keep rising. You come to the warm top of the soil. Its heat energizes you. As you rise, you part the surface of the earth and something you've never seen before appears. It's light. Bright and hot, it enters the whole of your being. You drink in the light hungrily, and it nourishes you. Eagerly, you keep rising, going up to get more. As you reach out your arms to the light, you notice they're not arms at all, but leaves. You look down, and your body is a stem, firm and strong. Your limbs are branches becoming tipped with leaves. Take note of the shape of your leaves, the texture of your skin. You're now settled into your new home. Days and nights pass, and you continue to drink in the light while part of you remains anchored. Your legs have become your roots. They reach down, down into the firm, cool earth where they absorb water and nutrients that nourish you and make you strong. You continue to grow and feel your body filling out. Your leaves broaden, your stem lengthens, light comes, dark follows, and light comes again over and over. There are more changes to your body. Buds form. They too are fed by the light in the soil through you. Buds become flowers and spread their petals open. Note what your personal flowers look like, their color and their size. More time passes. Dark light, dark light. Now and then someone visits you. This gardener tends to your well-being, checking your body for pests and disease, showering you with water and fertilizing your soil. What's this person like? Are they gentle or brusque? Reflect on how you feel about the visits from this person. There are changes in the cycles of light and dark. As your body fills out, the days get longer and the nights shorter. This is your most energetic time of growth. You feel like you can touch the sky as your head reaches ever higher, your arms spread ever wider. Your gardener visits you more and more. Eventually, the days get no longer. The humid air keeps your skin supple. Your body has reached its full potential. Your limbs are heavy, leaves lush and green, full of nutrients from the soil. Your flowers have gone, and in their place is fruit, dangling pendulously from your limbs. Reflect now on what sort of fruit you bear, its heft and sweetness and abundance. Your fruit gets fuller and more heavy as the days grow shorter. Your limbs stop reaching outward as all energy and your very self flows into your fruit. All of your awareness is in the fruit you're working so hard to make perfect. Your own body gives of itself now, and all your strength speeds into the the crop dangling from your limbs, bright and ripe. Reflect on the fruit you've created and remember what it represents to you. Days pass. The sun is hotter on your skin, drying it. Your leaves begin to droop, and your gardener comes one last time. They reach for you. Put a hand around the full, ripe fruits dangling from your limbs and break the fruit from your body. Your stem and leaves only faintly know that a part of you is being taken. Your consciousness travels with the plucked fruit. You are the fruit itself, born of your life's work, shining like a jewel and pregnant with seeds in your center. As you are taken from the wilting plant that used to be you, you revel in your new form and now sense the rich sweetness of the juice that fills you, the vitality of your flavor, and the healing properties you contain. Take a moment to consider where you're brought to and what happens to you as the ripe fruit you've become. Do you provide nourishment for others? Do you give joy and sweetness to those who partake of you? Reflect on these questions. All through your journey of growth, you keep within you this kernel of knowledge that despite your transformations, and whether your fruit is devoured or left on the vine, you have within you seeds that will always survive. Though your body transforms, your fruit is, and your seeds may scatter, a part of you travels forward in time with them, altering the landscape they land upon and producing change for the lives they impact. You feed your people, who feed their people, who nourish the world. You've now come full circle. You've been born, grown, birthed, and may fade, but always with the sureness that you'll cycle back again to newness, ever circling a mirror of the divine. Your spirit lives on from your flower to your fruit to your seeds through the ages, entwining with the lives of others to build a dynamic, vast garden of community. Now, let your consciousness return to the place where you are as you take a deep breath, open your eyes, and return home.
If you have with you a small bit of food or drink at home, have that ready now. Just as the sun emboldens us and heats our blood, it warms the soil and quickens the growth of the natural world. Light turns to energy. Energy feeds the plants that grow to feed us. The power of the sunlight is transformed into the harvest, which sustains us, and we give thanks. With cornbread representing the god's sacrifice, and cherry juice representing the sweet nourishment of the mother, Georgette and I mark our gratitude for the gifts of the divine. As we share this libation, take into yourself the sustenance of the divine and share it with loved ones nearby if you wish.
We give thanks to the divine and the earth and the sun.
May you never hunger.
May you never hunger.
May you never thirst.
May you never thirst.
May you never hunger.
And may you never thirst.
And so we remember, we are fed by each other. We are fed by the magic and the spirit of our sun and our earth. This is true prosperity.
During the harvest season, we gather the things we've nurtured throughout the year and celebrate our bounty with dear ones close to us. We hold sacred the relationships with those we choose to spend our time and our homes and enjoy each other as we celebrate our gifts together. These relationships are like gardens. We need to tend them carefully to reap a good harvest. The outer world around us is uncertain right now, but the opportunity to be still and close to our family and our kin at this moment is a gift. Home is a gift. Know the value of quiet. That listening is one of the greatest gifts we can give to any person. The divine teaches us skills of forgiveness and calm, and generosity and care. With our eyes open to our role in the harvest, and being open to the knowledge of ways to feed the spirits of ourselves and the spirits of our kin, we can reap the rewards of a whole and balanced connection with those we hold dear, and bring great abundance to our lives and to our homes. Go forward in your life with that knowledge, and blessed be.
Blessed be.
And now that our circle closes, we release the energies that we've invoked earlier, starting with the release of the Divine Feminine. Mother Goddess, we are grateful for your presence as we honored you and your gifts in this circle. Go with our thanks, and we walk with you always. Blessed be.
Blessed be. Great sky god, great sun god, great moving god, great masculine divine that shines down upon us and brings light and illuminates the truth. We thank you for your presence in this circle and in this space. Blessed be.
Blessed be. And we release the directions. We release the energies of the north, powers of earth. Go with our gratitude for your presence during our circle today. Blessed be and farewell.
Blessed be. We give thanks to the powers of water and of west. We give thanks to emotion. We give thanks for your influence in this circle. Blessed be.
Blessed be. We give thanks to the south and the energies of fire. Thank you for your presence during our circle tonight. We are grateful for your presence, and we say farewell now, and blessed be.
Blessed be. And we say thanks and farewell to the powers of the east and the powers of air. May the communication between us continue to go strong. May our minds continue to be clear. May our ears be open to receive the words that our tongues set upon the air. Blessed be.
Blessed be. And now reflect upon that crystalline globe we built the circle with in the beginning. Send your consciousness up to the apex in the sky and begin to take down the circle of energy. Let it descend back to your body, your consciousness, into the earth, down, down into the center as the circle opens. It is never broken. Merry did we meet?
And merry part.
And merry meet again.
Blessed.
Blessed be. Okay.
Howdy, folks, and thank you so much for joining us today. We greatly appreciate your attention throughout the event, and we hope you've had a flavor of what Circle Sanctuary does for Lunasid, for Green Spirit.
We're just so grateful to have this opportunity to bring this to you today. And I want to express our great gratitude again to our friends who helped us put this on, to Grace and Florence for their presentations, to Selena for her workshop and her mentorship, to Emily in the office who helped with the administrative background work with this. We're really, really grateful for all the time you helped put in with us on this festival. So thank you once again. And Circle Sanctuary has been functioning through the ages for 40 years now, and we foresee it functioning for decades and decades off into the future as well. And Circle's function depends on people like you. So we're so glad that you are part of our community and that you share in the energy of our community and the magic of our community.
And we hope that you will continue to join us as these events online continue. We know it's not a true substitute for coming together in person, but we all know the circumstances in which we live. So, you know, we're going to be doing these for Sabbats for the foreseeable future, and we're hoping that, you know, as we get through into the next festival season, that this damnable plague has come under control to the point that we can meet again and see each other for real.
In the meantime, stay part of Circle Sanctuary, and we look forward to seeing your name online and soon enough in person. And just a quick reminder too, Circle Sanctuary depends on memberships to keep the doors open and keep our activities functioning. So we invite you to go to circlesanctuary.org and look into our membership page and donation pages if you're able to contribute energetically in that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.